Okay, we are live streamed.
Perfect. Thanks, Deb. So we'll still wait 2 more minutes.
And Casey, I can start the recording if you want to go ahead and take off.
Okay, sounds good. I'll try and help Jasmine
yeah,
too.
Try to help maybe get Jasmine in since I can't seem to get her in.
Yep, I'll just remote into her machine and take a look. It was erroring out for some reason. It just was giving her an error.
Every time I tried to let her in, it gave me an error too.
Yeah, so, okay. I will do that. I'll make you host and then.
Okay, thanks.
Yep.
Good morning, Scott.
Morning.
There's Heath. We're just taking care of some odds and ends with the technology on the back end, so it'll take us a couple minutes to get sorted. What does your hat say, Heath?
It says Stone Glacier.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Just one more minute maybe, and then we can
get started. I will let you know that Chuck mentioned he's going to be about an hour late today, and then Stacy also is not going to be able to attend. So Chuck might pop into the attendees section or whatever it is on your end about an hour in.
Okay, I'll watch for him.
Thank you.
All right, then maybe we'll, let's see, I think I just got somebody. Maybe we will just go ahead and I'll start recording.
Kimberly, I'm on the phone with our IT department. I'm going to have to exit and rejoin the meeting.
Thank you, Aaron. Okay, we'll keep an eye out for you.
Okay.
Should we wait just a second to see if we can get Aaron back on before we?
Yeah, let me see who else I can get on here.
Yes, let's make sure that we've got everybody in before we start.
Here's Ian. Ian's here.
Okay.
And Matt's coming, so I'll add him, and Race is coming.
Okay, perfect. Morning, Ian.
Morning.
We're just getting some folks in, and then we will get started.
Right, Race didn't join yet. Hold on.
Good morning, Matt.
Good morning.
Slowly getting started. There are a couple folks we're trying to get on, and then we'll get started. And we're having some technical issues, so trying to make sure that we get everybody in before we get started.
So Race is not accepting my invitation to join.
I can email him. Let me email Race real fast for you.
You'd think after 5 meetings we would get this right by now.
Always technology.
I mean, we've only been doing Zoom for 2 years, right?
Okay, so he should have that.
Oh, I think he just
perfect.
Yeah, he just joined.
Perfect. Okay.
There he is.
There we go. Good morning, Race.
Okay, I'll keep an eye out on folks if you want to go ahead and
We'll get started.
get started.
Well, thank you everyone for being
And I will be here. I'm just going to sign off until you need me.
Yes, thank you. That should be very shortly for updates. So we'll get started. I'll share the agenda really quickly. We'll do a run through and we'll try to get through the first part pretty quickly so that we can jump into the public comment section and get our meetings started. So thank you so much for spending a little bit of time. I know we have that tech issue all the time in the beginning, so thank you for bearing with us on that. So for today, can you see this screen? It nods, thank you. Okay, so today what we're going to do is we're going to start with our introduction, short and sweet, what we're doing right now. We'll jump into some public comment so we can hear from folks in particular on their thoughts. We'll take a quick break, and then we're going to do a quick review of where we are so you can see all those different pieces. And then I did develop a recommendation template that will sort of look at and see what we think of that. From there, we'll take a pause and sort of say, where do we want to go from here? And we'll start brainstorming our next steps overall, maybe starting to develop those strategies for recommendations. And then today, when we close out, we'll talk a little bit about engaging the sounding board for the next steps for how we want to engage them into the future and make sure that we're incorporating their thoughts and feedback into the process, and then close out for the day. Are there any questions, comments, concerns for the agenda? Heath sort of shook his head no, so I'm going to go with it and say, there we go. I'm going to get you seasick and just go over these really quickly with you. So basic ground rules, please be willing to participate. Stay on camera unless you can't for whatever reason. Minimize distractions, of course. Mute and unmute gracefully. Be mindful of your airtime. Listen to others, and of course, raise your hand or just make sure that you reach out to some extent, either by unmuting or raising your hand to let me know if you have something that you want to contribute to the meeting overall. And as a friendly reminder, please do not try to watch the YouTube link and the Zoom at the same time, because that does cause issues. So for today, what we're going to do is jump in really quickly and talk about some updates that we have. And so first we'll talk about meeting notes, and then we'll talk about updates. Were there any questions, comments on the meeting notes that I sent out? I only saw one individual provide comments on the notes themselves. So only one of you guys provided me feedback on the notes. So I just wanted to acknowledge that and say, are there any questions, comments? Are we comfortable with the notes? Keith and Ian shook their head to no questions or comments, but I'm guessing we're all, is anyone not comfortable with the notes? Okay, so we'll say we're comfortable with the notes as is. And then the next update that we have is really about communication. So I'm going to turn this over, Deb. I think that this is the part that you wanted to have a discussion about with communication updates. So I will turn it to you.
Okay. Good morning, everybody. I just had a couple thoughts. You saw a lot of flurry of emails coming from me from the public. And I just wanted to touch on that quickly before moving on to something else. Apparently the Montana Wildlife Federation sent out an email announcing, that this group meets and the group is looking for feedback on issues. And so they had their members send emails to me. And I talked to Montana Wildlife Federation after that, and I said, I really didn't want to be the middleman. I didn't want it to be perceived that I could possibly be filtering emails. God forbid I miss an email and get accused of something. So, but that's why a lot of emails were coming to me, and I was forwarding them. In the future, they'll probably go directly to you guys. They just couldn't put the genie back in the bottle for this round. I realize that a lot of the emails I sent you are not relevant to any of the work that you guys are doing or to the purpose. There were lots of emails. For instance, there was one on black powder season and, it was hard to walk through a tangled brush while hunting. So I realized that they're all not relevant, but I can't not send these to you. So it's up to you guys to take it and do what you will with them. But I will be forwarding all the emails I get on this. And I just want to acknowledge that not all of them are relevant. To that end, also, I just wanted to talk about, I know many of you guys are familiar with how our commission meetings work. And we talked about this once before as a group. You guys individually might get emails sent to only you or maybe a couple of you, just like our commissioners get emails sent to them specifically because they either represent a geographic area or an interest. So if you guys get emails that are sent to only you and you want to provide, or not want to, I encourage you to provide that information to the group at the beginning of every meeting. If it's relevant, like I said, you don't have to bring up black powder season if it's not relevant to the discussion and to your purpose. But if there's something that you get in an email that is only sent to you, or if you have a discussion at a coffee shop or a bar or a grocery store with a member of the public and you get some feedback for this group, I really encourage you to share it here so everybody could hear it at once in the beginning of these meetings as an update. And I think that's all I had for right now. Are we going to talk about the sounding board later or now?
I was just going to remind you, I was just about to say that. Let's pause.
Yeah, are there questions on what I just said right now? Okay, I'm going to try to let Jasmine in one more time. Okay, so the other piece was the sounding board.
Can I jump in real quick, Deb, and just ask a question? Has anybody received any comments or feedback from the public, independent of what Deb has sent, that they think is relevant?
Yeah, I mean, I've received actually quite a few, probably 10 or 12 from folks in this area. I'll try to forward some emails on. I was going to do that earlier, maybe but then forgot and kind of, anyway, trying to get through. But a couple of them I thought were kind of interesting, and maybe I'll share one experience. We've had a little talk. There's been a few people that have made comment from the Butte area or Ramsey. I know that seem like they're people that get out and hunt a lot. And one of these emails I got was from a landowner up there that does participate in block management, does participate in some of these extended hunts and different things. And one of their concerns was that everybody's gotten so trained to this now that they really just needed to maybe tweak what's going on there. And one of the things that they visualized that was maybe a problem is that when they're doing their damage hunts, they really can't get back out onto the public land at all. And the elk know exactly where that line is, right? And the area behind isn't really accessible. And she, they kind of went on and talked about several things, but I think the base of her conversation was that, flexibility when these management hunts start, and even managing through, with block management and other things, it just need all the flexibility we can so that, those that are managing those hunts, especially at FWP, can really do the things that they need to do. And that was one of them. And I'll try to get some emails off to you and on a few of the others, but thought I'd share that one with you. Mainly because we've had, some people on these calls kind of addressing some of the issues in that area. Not really right here, but within a, 50 or 60 miles of where I'm at. So thought I'd share that.
Thank you, Race. Anyone else have anything else they want to share at this point? Okay. Well, we do need to keep an eye just on how that communication works back and forth. I think that one point that Deb is kind of highlighting is it's not necessarily, Deb does a really good job at sending out that information to folks to make sure that you guys have access to all of that information. We do want to foster a process where you guys are easily able to communicate among each other as well. So I think that that's key for the communication process. Yes, Matt.
So I guess I had I had a landowner contact me from up in the Snowies, and I'm not terribly familiar with if there's a shoulder seasons or anything up there, but I'll just kind of relay what an issue this landowner had was that during the regular season, it's a permitted area during the regular season. A lot of his neighbors don't allow any hunting. Then as soon as hunting season's over, he had a herd of bulls living in his haystacks that he couldn't get any help as far as doing damage hunts or whatever, for whatever reason. I don't know all the details, but he was kind of curious if maybe in the future you could get a list of like those permit holders who maybe didn't fill their tag in the regular season, that they could come and use those guys as a late season to run him out of his haystacks. But he ultimately had to move his entire haystack, and it was quite an ordeal. But I just thought I'd relay that. But
Thank you, Matt. Very helpful. Anyone else have something they want to share? Okay, so before we move to sounding board, a quick question. Is it easier? I think the discussion in the meetings is something that helps the conversation move forward. I'm getting those ideas out. For communication among each other, does everybody have access to the shared site that Ian has set up? Or is it easier to email back and forth, or does that work for folks? Because I just want to make sure. I don't see anything else other than what Ian has had posted in his shared site. So I want to, one, confirm that everybody has access to that, and two, make sure that that is a process that is effective for sharing information, not just storing information. Juska.
So pretty much I just rely on the emails. I don't get a lot. And so and the ones that I have gotten have been to everybody. Right. So I haven't used Ian's site yet.
Okay. Thank you, Juska. So maybe is it easier to just email everybody and just say this is... I've got Matt and Juska nodding their heads. I need a thumbs up, thumbs down, something all around.
I think it keeps it forefront if we see it in an email. I don't know if you're like me, you sometimes just forget to view that. I have access to it and view it just fine, but sometimes I think you forget to go in and look at it.
Okay. So when you get information to share to each other, email it to all. Give me a thumbs down if that's not okay. Okay, thank you, Keith. You gave me a thumbs up. Okay, we'll go there. Okay. Deb, sounding board.
Okay, and I think we got it figured out for the staff that's helping, so I'm excited.
Give you the space to get there, yeah.
Yeah, we got there. So sounding board, I've been getting, I've been hearing from sounding board members that, they want to be more engaged. That's why they're on the sounding board. So I just wanted to encourage you guys to think of, ways. I know after the last meeting, we expected to have some maybe drafts that they could look at. They were suggesting to me that they get more time instead of just as the general public providing comments, and we just don't have that time during the meeting. So that's not where they can really offer you guys assistance. I still encourage them to reach out to you guys, but also, I think if there's a way to involve them a little bit more when you do have draft products, I just wanted to put that out there for you guys to think about how to engage them a little bit more. They obviously were a very interested member of the public, as were you, and they just happened not to get chosen to serve on the advisory group. So they are very engaged. They want to be more engaged. And I just offer that up to you guys to think about.
Thank you, Deb. We will circle 2 additional points to that. You will see some content from the sounding board members in some of the visuals today. We do need to have a conversation and discussion about what that looks like overall. And we will have a discussion at the end of this meeting today about engaging the sounding board as well. Are there any questions, comments on sounding board in particular? Ian.
I guess on the sounding board stuff, I mean, I 100% would agree if I was on the sounding board that I'd want more of a voice. It's kind of tough. It kind of feels like there's not, thus far it's been a lot of procedure stuff. And I mean, we haven't really, there's been nothing that we've produced out of this group yet. It was kind of felt like the discussion was a lot better last meeting, but we didn't get to any action items that we could put out. We discussed a lot of good stuff, but we didn't produce anything. So I guess it'd be interesting to hear the rest of the group's opinion. But I think trying to, if we have kind of a deep dive in a discussion, like following that up with some sort of action item, so we can put that back out to the group or whatever, because thus far we haven't produced anything.
I agree, Ian. I just wanted to keep that on the forefront of your minds. That's all. But totally agree.
I would also add to that. Let's hear from the group. What are group member thoughts on that? Matt is nodding his head and leaning in, maybe going off mute. Okay, there we go.
Yeah, I would love to at the end of this meeting, if we could just have at least 1 or 2 ideas that we could throw to the sounding board and see what their approval of it is. I mean, that would be a great goal for this meeting, to come out with at least 1, hopefully 2 ideas,
Sounds good, Matt. Okay. Other thoughts? We good there? Okay. Ian, you have your hand still raised, so I don't know if you, that's residual hand. Okay. Deb, anything else before we jump into public comment, by the way?
Not for me.
Any group members, anything? So we'll dive into public comment, and then we'll take about 30 minutes to do so, and then we'll take a quick break, and then we'll dive into the heart of the meeting today. So Deb, back to you.
Okay, it looks like we have only 5. We had 13 people sign up for public comment, but only 5 are here. And Jasmine's gonna give them up to 4 minutes apiece to share their thoughts. And I asked the members of the public to let us know if you are a member of the sounding board as well, or were invited to be a member of the sounding board. Who you represent, if anybody, and also, just try to keep your comments relevant to the purpose of this group, which is to improve hunter-landowner in part to improve hunter-landowner relationships. And Jasmine, I will turn this over to you.
Perfect. It looks like the first individual we have is going to be Mark Cook. Mark, can you raise your hand, please? Okay, Mark, if you can unmute yourself, you have 4 minutes, sir.
Thank you. I'd like to just thank everybody on this advisory group for what they're doing. But to be honest with you, I have no comments because you're leaving a sector of the Montana populace out of the group. Thank you.
Jasmine, I couldn't really hear Mark. Was he finished?
I couldn't quite hear him either. I heard him.
This is Scott. He just complained that we're leaving a bunch of the public out, and then he said, so I have no comment, and hung up.
Oh,
Okay.
so the next
Okay.
individual on our list is going to be Zara. Jeff, can you raise your hand? Okay, you can unmute yourself now, sir. I believe it's *6 or *9 to unmute yourself if you're on a phone. There you go. Okay,
There.
4 minutes.
Can you hear me now?
You sure can.
Great. Good morning. This is Jeff Zara. I'm from Stevensville, Montana, and I'm speaking as the executive director for Montana Sportsmen for Fish and Wildlife. And first of all, I'd just like to thank you all for being there. I am a member of the sounding board, and just a couple quick comments. This is the first meeting I've watched, but last week I commented in a PLPW meeting regarding the use of 454 agreements, or the new name, the EHAs. And I know there's a simultaneous Citizens Elk Coalition group going on at the same time. And there's been a lot of negative conversation about the use of 454 agreements. And I would just like to say our members, we're between 350 and 400, pretty strong. We support the use of 454 agreements, and don't disagree that there might need to be some tweaking in those agreements. Transparency's everything nowadays, but we do support those. And the only other comment that I have is, for example, here in the Bitterroot, we have a Forest Service project that's proposed on 144,000 acres. And it's to remove a lot of dead tree, beetle kill, understory. And a lot of these projects get fought tooth and nail by, I would call them activist type people. And what it does is create poor habitat on public lands, and it forces elk down into places where they shouldn't be and where we don't want them to be. So anyway, those are my 2 comments. Thank you.
Perfect, thank you. So the next individual we have is going to be Gerald Martin. Can you please raise your hand? If you want to unmute yourself, sir, you have 4 minutes. Looks like you're still muted. Can you unmute yourself, Gerald? Use *6 or *9 to unmute.
I guess maybe go on to Brian.
Okay. The next individual we have is going to be Brian Mccullough. You want to go ahead and unmute yourself, sir? Brian, can you, oh, there we go.
Do you hear me?
You sure can. You have 4
Okay.
minutes.
Yeah. This is Brian McCullough. I'm a member of the sounding board, and I've hunted in Montana for 59 consecutive years. And out in the field, I've hear a lot of information that is misinformation. And I also hear a lot of misinformation at the commission meetings and the legislative hearings and out in the halls of the legislature, and on emails on the social media by a lot of the sportsmen's groups. And so the suggestion I have that I think would contribute, that it only be one of the tools in the toolbox to help deal with misinformation between landowners and hunters and fishing game, would be to have something that you'd call a did you know program. And my point of bringing this up is to have a program that's on the social media that hopefully can energize some of the younger hunters as well to get involved, to find out what the actual facts are relative to landowner issues, hunter issues, public land issues, and so on. And I'm thinking this is a way to, again, energize the younger folks by virtue of the fact that you're using the website, using the social media to ask these questions. And you also could, by doing this, it could increase the awareness of all the worthwhile information on these topics that's on the Fish and Game website, as well as in the Montana Outdoors. And as an incentive to help young folks get involved in this, and quite frankly, help bring them into the hunter community, would be to give them I'm just giving this as an idea, is just give them a cow elk tag if they participate in responding to social media questions that goes out by FWP on this program. If they respond 10 times in a calendar year, then from everybody that does that, issue 10 free cow elk tags to the kids that do that. And in addition, to have FWP set up a database that has the answers to these did you know questions, and have that for anybody to go out and research so they can get full information about block management, the cost of block management. You know, it's like the cost, if you didn't have the non-residents paying the non-resident fees, that would increase the cost. If that fee, that the benefit of those revenues is spread over all the elk licenses, for example, it'd increase the cost of an elk license by $60 per license. I think that'd get people's attention, knowing that having the non-residents here do actually benefit residents. So that's my idea for if you guys think it's something worth moving on to including your suggestions for out in the future for passing on. Have any questions? Feel free to shoot it out for any further ideas to me. I'd appreciate that. Thanks a bunch.
Perfect, thank you. Next individual we have on our list is going to be.
It looks like Gerald Martin is back with his hand raised.
Okay. Gerald, if you want to unmute yourself.
Yes, can you hear me?
We sure can.
Excellent. Excellent. Sounds good. So my name is Gerald Martin, and I currently live in Bozeman, Montana. Before I moved here in 2020, I spent 18 years in Northwest Montana. So I'm actually a member of the sounding board. I applied to be on the panel as well, but I was not selected. So I'm representing myself mainly as a hunter, and I'm got lots of ideas, so I'm going to go kind of fast because 4 minutes goes pretty quickly here. So in throwing out some of my ideas, I've watched our quality of elk hunting diminish greatly across the state, and I heard a lot of, or actually several suggestions last meeting regarding predation, whether it was an issue or whether it wasn't an issue. And I guess I feel like some of what we're trying to accomplish here is because we're taking things piecemeal instead of comprehensively. And, I've watched in the last 10 or 12 years how that FWP has responded in consideration of landowner feeling of too many elk. And I guess what I'd like to say is that I think we need to look at this and consider that everyone's perspectives are probably accurate for what their perspectives are, but they're not the whole. And so I look and I saw the contrasting idea of predators are a huge issue and predators aren't a huge issue. And I say that actually is both, because I've observed wolves pushing elk into redistributing into areas where they had not previously been. And then hunter pressure in response to FWP issuing and liberalizing cow harvest and issuing lots and lots more tags, ended up killing off elk in accessible places. And thereby, it ends up creating those harboring situations on properties that don't allow access. So some of what I'm going to say here may sound like I'm antagonistic to the landowner and the agriculture community. I'm not. I'm just trying to emphasize some points that I think we can work together on some of these things in order to help everyone's actually alleviate some of the frustration we have that everyone has. So as a resident of Montana, as a hunter, I am extremely frustrated with the quality that now passes for the product that I purchased with my hunting license. There's something like about 150,000 elk hunters. If we look at the numbers, there are approximately 140,000 elk. I'm generalizing, painting broad brush, everything. There can be a exceptions to these rules, but there are actually only about 30,000 live elk in any given year. When you look at the number of bull to cow ratios that are available for 150,000 hunters, that's what we're pursuing. And that is at the heart of a lot of frustration among those of us in the hunting community. Low bull numbers, lack of access, and the intense pressure that is on public land and accessible private land is actually exacerbating the landowners who are suffering the effects of elk, because it's pushing those herds onto inaccessible properties, and then they filter back off after the season ends. So my end result of this is we need to have less hunting pressure on public land, not more. So throwing more tags, liberalizing seasons has a negative effect in the end, because the elk have nowhere to go. We can make habitat improvements all that we want, and if we're shooting elk every time they step off of a sanctuary property onto accessible private or public land, those elk will not stay there. So that's one thing I would like to consider. I'm going to throw out another idea. Driscoll, I've heard you talking about the brucellosis, and just as a thought, would it help if we could have some type of crisis fund in case that there are brucellosis outbreaks in there within the community, so that if you or other livestock producers in the Paradise Valley have to quarantine, that you wouldn't be facing bankruptcy or ruin? Just as a thought, maybe between the Montana stock growers and sportsmen's groups, that we could create some type of fund like this.
That is your time, sir.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm on the sounding board, so please reach out if you have any other questions with this.
I do think that was the last commenter. Thank you, Jasmine. I don't, if you guys have any questions for any of them, they are all still on.
Druska?
So just in response to what Gerald just said about a fund, PERC, which is based in Bozeman, Property and Environment Research Center, they created a brucellosis compensation fund with that exact idea in mind, that land or livestock producers could be made probably not whole, but it would help with all of the quarantine costs. It's a private fund. It's a market-based solution. It's not through stock growers. It's not through Farm Bureau. It's market-based. And, so feel free to contribute to that fund through PERC. But it is an idea that we ran with, and PERC really helped us with it. Thanks.
Thank you, Jessica. Heath?
I think this question is probably more for Deb, but along those same lines, Jessica, is it possible, like when we check out, we buy a bunch of licenses, there's always an option to donate to like the food bank or whatever it may be. Is it possible to have something like that where we could donate to that relief fund in case something happened right through the Fish and Game website?
Yes, it is. All the ones that we've had have gone through legislation to be added to the website. Some are more successful than others. The Hunters Against Hunger is a very, very popular program. But there have been others over the years that literally have collected only hundreds of dollars. So if that's the route you guys want to take, I would say think carefully about it and, talk to your legislators about it. Some are successful, some are not. And of course, when you add more, this is just a caution, not telling you not to do it, but when you add more, it dilutes the others. So I just would recommend, if you want to go that route, just think about it.
Thanks, Deb. Druska, you still have your hand
Yeah.
up? Okay.
I just had a quick comment to Heath, and that is, you know, those programs are great, but they bring in the government. And that comes with all kinds of regulations and stipulations and whatever else. The beauty of the market-based solution that PERC came up with is that it's going to be very simple. And so that was why we chose that route, because it seemed like a simpler, more effective use of money.
Makes sense.
Thanks, Druska. Any other comments or thoughts on public comment in particular? Okay. Well, I put in a 5-minute break so we could have that after public comment and then dive into the heart of the day, so you can rest your eyes from the screen for a moment. How about let's take about 5 minutes right when we get Stephanie back, I think. So let's come back at 45, please. And Stephanie, okay, there you go. You're off camera now.
Hey, Kimberly.
Yes.
I'm gonna probably stop my video from time to time. My internet's kind of weird this morning, so I might have to stop that from time to time just so I'm not freezing up.
Not a problem. It's better to have you fully participating, but not on video than otherwise. Appreciate you letting me know.
Yep.
Just so you know, I have no idea what's going on. My computer is being a pain today, so I'm all over the place. So if I get kicked off, join by phone, I have no idea.
That's okay. And I will let you know that you tried, I think, turning on your camera, but it's still that black screen. So that might be something else just to complicate your world, Stephanie. But we don't expect you on camera too, just so you know. So it is 45 after. We have 4 folks on camera, 3 who were eagerly waiting through the break. So I guess it is time to start again. Welcome back. If you hear my voice, let me know that you are there. Turn on your camera, start coming back, or turn on your camera if you can and start coming back if possible. We will dive in. I'll do a slow intro so folks can start to come back on. What we'll do is we'll just talk a little bit about what we've done so far and then where we're going for today. Oh, there, Stephanie, your camera worked. Perfect. Beautiful. Okay. Hello. Okay, so I'm just going to do a quick walkthrough of all the fun stuff so you can see where you are as of currently and what you've done as of thus far. So we started off, as you guys remember, with all of these different issues, right? And we sort of put them together. We had over 40 different issues, started to say, okay, what are we really trying to deal with here? Okay, and then we started to label those. So what do we want our recommendations to address? And so we came up with these titles in particular, the key things that we're trying to address overall. That one small group did tweak and change the disease one. So they changed it from acknowledge and mitigate risk of disease to recognize and reduce disease. So that one did get changed. So I just want to acknowledge that. And what we're really doing is we're saying we have all these things that we have to deal with. What are we trying to achieve? So like licensing and review. Well, we're doing that to increase the hunter's opportunity to harvest. Well, why are we doing that? Well, we really want to strategically redistribute elk and hunters. So we're trying to figure out exactly what we're trying to achieve and why. So we start to see that holistic picture. We don't want to just focus in isolation. We want to see what we're actually trying to achieve, those big picture items. Then we started to sort them. Ooh, sorry about that, guys. Didn't mean to get you a little seasick there. Started to sort them together a little bit. And I sort of clustered them and showed you this diagram. The real reason that I want you to sort of see how these are clustered kind of together is because it's going to influence how we create these decisions overall, right? So we're saying that access to harvest is something that we want to talk about in particular, but it's really, really related to strategically redistributing those elk. So when we create those solutions, those are probably going to be very linked together. And how we talk about reducing disease will be linked together to these, or how we talk about those data collection and improving stakeholders. Those recommendations might be merged together. So there might be overlap. That's kind of why we had those conversations and discussions, okay? And in reality, what we're doing, just so you get the big picture, is we take all of our issues and say, this is where we are today. This is what's happening, right? And then we try to unpack our vision, our values, our key factors, where we want to go, right? So you have to know where you're going, and then you can develop the recommendation. We did have a bit of a discussion about, well, can't we just ask afterwards? What that's really like is making a recommendation and saying, did we get there? You can do it. It just, if you didn't get there, you're going to have to repeat it a couple times. So what we're doing is we really unpacked all of these key issues here, key issues that we see in the landscape today that we want to address, and we have to understand where we're going. So I'm going to walk through just so that you can start to see. I'm a visual person, so taking the notes and putting them into a visual format really helps me. This may not be helpful for you, but the notes in the document form might be more beneficial. But this is kind of what I want you to see. So we have our key item that we're discussing here, right? So this is we are trying to increase elk harvest on public land by increasing the number of elk present on public lands during the hunting season through redistribution of current populations. That's what we're trying to do. These are the things that our recommendation should really start talking about. This is what our recommendation should do. It should have something about the seasonal distribution of elk. We should acknowledge and know what that is to some extent. It should have the ability to reduce overcrowding in hunting areas. So our recommendation is going to be successful if it addresses these things, right? Those are what those key factors, what we're trying to unpack there. And then we did talk a little bit about some strategies, some things that we can do. One thing to be mindful of is you don't want to just take a key factor and then create a strategy, because you're trying to create that holistic picture. You're trying to create how all of these things integrate into one solution. So I just want you to recognize that these are the things that we're hoping that our recommendations achieve. These are some strategies that could get us there. And then I also want you to notice that I started putting in the sounding board members or public comment, and I put their names here. So you'll see this individual added these key factors here, or these two individuals added these key factors here and here as well. So these are a solution. So this is something that you guys are responsible for, taking all that information from the sounding board and the public and integrating it in. So I do think that this is a responsibility that you guys are responsible for. So starting to integrate that information in. We may not have a solid recommendation that we're throwing out to them, but they are providing comments, feedback, and insights along the way. And I think that it's important that we consider how we pull them into the process as well. So this is very similar, but this is just about the increasing the hunter's opportunity. We have the same key factors here because we tied those two together. So we have the same key factors. This might be slightly different, how we get the hunter's opportunity on, because it's going to strongly address that access issue in particular. So same exact format and whatnot here to acknowledge. Let's move to addressing access to harvest. For access to harvest, I took Brian from the sounding board. He's sent you guys 2 documents as of thus far, and he's commented. I think he tried last meeting and he's definitely commented this meeting. So I took some of the information that he had and incorporated it in here. It seems like there are a couple different areas of access that we're talking about. So there are areas that we will never have access to. Hunters will not be able to access that land because either landowners don't want them to, or because the hunter didn't want that specific, or excuse me, the landowner didn't want that specific hunter to access the land. So there's areas of no access. The areas of current access. So notice how I put what Brian listed here as some items like block management, outfitted, public land. So current access, we might want to improve the quality on those areas. And then there's future access. So what we don't have access to as of currently. So starting to tease out what these look like overall, there might be different strategies and recommendations for each of those. And so I do want to acknowledge one last time that Brian did help with his documentation by sort of providing this. I would highly recommend start looking at that content provided by the public and the sounding board, because it will help us integrate that information into the process too, and help us create that robust solution. So this is improved stakeholders. We've had a couple different conversations on improving stakeholder relationships in particular. I split it out kind of based off of what the small groups said. So the improve the hunter and landowner relationships and FWP and landowner relationships. I want to acknowledge that previously there was something about hunter and FWP relationship to some extent. We did create this idea of not all the programs are acknowledged, and hunters aren't always aware of all the different permits and all the different things that they have access to. So we didn't incorporate, that got removed from the small group. I don't know if you guys want it or not. I didn't get it. I put a specific question in the notes, but I didn't get any response on this one. So I just want to acknowledge it there. And then one of the strategies that Brian mentioned today in particular was really that did you know program. So I also included it here just in case, because that has specific relation with hunters and FWP. I'd also like to acknowledge how he pulls information sharing and it relates to permits. So he's sort of merging different recommendations together, which can create that holistic approach as well. So that's something to take into consideration. The last one is recognize and reduce disease. So we had a couple different discussions on this one in particular. There were in the notes, there were some ideas on having additional conversations and discussions on this. The highlighted, the italicized were those additional comments that were provided by a member of the group as well, just so that, you know, that's why those are highlighted or italicized in particular. But really thinking about how we can recognize and reduce disease these key factors are things that we think are really important to start thinking about how we do those. And then the strategies, of course, are things that we've sort of peppered throughout possible strategies. And we've heard a couple today as well. And I think there's one last one, which is just improve data collection and strategies. This one, I think that we've bounced around a couple different times. I'm not quite sure we're entirely solid on this one. We've had a discussion about improving elk movements, really thinking about what it means overall. Is it really improving tracking of elk? Is it improving information that's sent to stakeholders? So this one might be something that we need to discuss a little bit more in further detail as to what we're trying to achieve. But we also do have those key factors there and some potential strategies and recommendations overall. I'm going to pause there and stop sharing for just 1 second so that we can have just a group discussion. You should have access to each of these different slides, and they are available in your notes. The key things that I want you to really recognize is how we're starting to build things out. So we're starting to say, this is the issue that we're dealing with. These are the things, the key factors that are important to consider, so that when we pull in and start making those recommendations, we're not just pulling recommendations and not thinking about all of the different pieces. They're about, some of them have 10 to 15 different items that we want to think about. Holding all of those in our head is difficult. So how can we create a recommendation that addresses those pieces that were within scope, all of those fun things? The other key factor that I want you to think about is there's comments from the sounding board and the public that have been integrated into these here. We haven't given them a full set of recommendations, but they are providing you content that can be incorporated in. And it's something that we really do need to start taking into consideration. I'm not responsible for putting in content into these. I'm here to help you facilitate a framework and a process. So it is your responsibility to start pulling that information in and saying, what do we need to incorporate in? I did it here as an example. We can remove, tweak, change, adjust as necessary. And I'll be open to that, of course. But that's something else that I do want you to start to see and acknowledge that we do need to start incorporating these different thoughts and ideas. And the last thing that I want you to really recognize from that is that, yeah, we've had a lot of process. We've done a lot of work. We've got a lot of framework there. There's a lot of content. And this isn't an easy problem to solve. Otherwise, it would have been solved. So there's a lot of hard work and heavy lifting that has to happen. And I think we've made a lot of good progress. I think that a lot of conversations that we've had have put us in a good place as of thus far. I'm going to pause if there are any questions, comments, or concerns. And then I'm going to show you the template that we've come up with as well after this. Juska.
So just a process question. On each one of these slides that you've given us, are we going to, as a group, have discussion? I mean, like identify this slide. Did anybody have anything to add, subtract, clarify? Are we doing it slide by slide, or do we just do it however?
It's a really good question, Juska. And I'm going to flip that to you and say, tell me. Because here's the thing. Last time, I clearly heard the process is not fun and we're not enjoying it. It is not working. So I am here as a facilitator, and that first part of that word is facil, which means to make easier. I am supposed to make your lives easier, not harder. So you tell me. I've provided the notes every time. I haven't received feedback except for one member of this group on the content of those. So I'm assuming everybody's comfortable with it, but that is a huge assumption. I don't know.
Well, see, I always have, I have questions about wording and what was meant. And not that I want to get bogged down in process, but at the same time, you know, I'll just use the example of reducing disease. Okay, so my question is, how does anybody think we're going to reduce brucellosis in elk? And is that the wrong word to use there? Now, other diseases we might be able to reduce, but it's self-sustaining in elk. So can we really reduce disease, or is it all about mitigation? And that affects your recommendation, I think.
I completely 110% agree with you. How you frame things is how you see the problem and how you see the solution. So I recognize we went from, and I'll get you, I see Ian and Brent. We did go from acknowledge and mitigate risk of disease. That was a group discussion and conversation. That small group changed that to recognize and reduce disease. They were not satisfied with that verbiage of acknowledge and mitigate risk of disease in particular. I'm assuming Brent's comment has something to do with that. I'm assuming Ian's comment has something to do about process. Is that correct? Can I get Brent first and then Ian so that we can talk about disease first and then process? Thank you, Ian. I appreciate that. Okay.
Sure. So mine is process and I guess cleaning up what we've got on some of the slides. What I see from the disease standpoint is it's heavily focused on brucellosis, which is very important. You don't want to disregard that, but it's failing to address any of the other wildlife specific diseases or wildlife to wildlife diseases. So I guess I feel like as far as the process goes, maybe we don't bother tweaking any more of the slides right now until we're actually making some recommendations. But my question, I guess, for the group or Kimberly is some of these slides lend themselves to multiple potential recommendations, not just a single one, especially when you said there's 10 items here to think about. Perhaps we shouldn't be trying to think about all 10 items in a single recommendation and make multiple smaller recommendations would be, I guess, where I'm headed, because particularly for the disease, we have to definitely split it out.
So response to that is, yes, you can split them out. One by one might be a little bit much. You might want to try to package them, right? And so we did have a conversation about having a single recommendation versus a set of recommendations, and that is an option. That is definitely an option. So we can be flexible in what our recommendations look like overall. But I do think on this idea that what Druska's circling around, and Brent, you just jumped on my screen because you lowered your hand, clarifying what we're trying to achieve for our recommendations will be important. So having a agreement on what we're trying to achieve is going to be really important. And so my recommendation is as we go forward, if we want to tackle it slide by slide or however you want to do it, we clarify if that content is not right. Like first I would say in the notes, let me know if it's not right or you have questions or something along those lines, because we can address it at that point in time. Second is if we go slide by slide, if that's the way that you guys want to go forward with this, at that point in time, let's clarify and make sure we know what we're all talking about at that point in time. But that would just be me throwing something out there. And I don't know if that addresses Druska and Brent's concern on that in particular. Druska's kind of nodding her head. I'll go to Ian then.
I guess, yeah, on the procedural thing, I guess kind of more of a question for the group. I guess it seems like that, I guess our task was left pretty open-ended from the director, as far as what this group is going to accomplish. I guess, I don't know, I feel like it might be a good time to have like just a sidebar discussion and see what everybody's thoughts are on what our deliverable is going to be. I mean, I guess personally, I think like kind of like a top 10 recommendations, and whatever those items are, then we can expand and explain the meaning behind what our recommendation is. But I guess I think everything that we've done so far is really good from a kind of like assessing our recommendations, going back in, and if we come up with the recommendations, we go back through and we look at some of these guardrails that we've set up this far. But I kind of feel like personally, I feel like I'm floundering a little bit without like having that, what is the end goal of this? Like what are we going to try to produce? So I don't know, I'd be interested to hear other people's take on that.
And just quick note, Chuck, welcome. We are going through the visuals that I sent out, those different slides, one by one, just going through that process, just so that you're aware. We're going one by one and sort of seeing where we're going next. To Ian's point, we do have a template that I did send out on what a recommendation could look like, and that could be our next conversation. But is there anything else that we need to have a conversation or discussion on before we jump into that template? on this content in particular? Or do you want me to just jump right in and show you what that looks like? Druska.
So I think as long as we allow time when we get to each set of the slides to have, a quick, I'm not comfortable with this word or whatever, then we can keep going.
Perfect.
That'd be great.
So, thanks, Druska. So what we'll do is we'll see where we end up. I'll show you the template and what that looks like. And then after each one if we choose to go slide by slide, we'll dive in and have that conversation and discussion about each of those. Deb, you went on camera and off mute.
Yeah, I just wanted to mention again, I think I mentioned it last meeting, that if you guys, have 10 great ideas, and I think that's what you have about right now, and you just can't get to fleshing all of them out, your recommendations can be, well, here's the 3 that, are really good, we thoroughly thought out, and here are the steps in the plan. But these 7 still need to be explored. That can be your recommendation too. So don't forget, you don't have to flesh everything out. You could just say that we didn't have time. Clearly, these are important and they need to be explored. So I would just recommend maybe thinking about which ones are your priorities to flesh out first, perhaps, and go with those.
Thanks, Deb. Any other questions, comments? So I'll share the template. You should also have access to this as well. Let me walk through it really quickly and what it is, why it is, all of that fun stuff. So last time we talked a little bit about a training or a certificate / badge that could be provided to hunters. The components of this, and I did walk through with Deb on this, and she'll provide feedback as necessary as well, is really thinking about what the intent of that particular recommendation is. So first thinking about why are we trying to achieve this overall? It should circle back to those big key items, those individual slides, those key issues, whatever we're calling them at this point in time. So improving stakeholder relationships, increasing that access to quality, increasing quality access to harvest elk, whatever those key issues that we're addressing, it should circle back to the intent. The reason that it should circle back to that intent is really to make sure that we focus in on the scope of what we're trying to achieve overall. And if whatever action, if FWP implements this and it's not reaching its intent, they should also recognize that and be able to adapt, tweak, and change as necessary. We don't want a program just implemented without reaching its intent. A justification sort of explains why you think what you think, right? So why do you think that this is really going to occur? What's happening in the landscape that you think that this is a good recommendation? Or why you think it's going to achieve what it achieves. So it just provides that context of the problem that you're trying to solve and how you think that this will be the solution. So it gives you that extra explanation as to what's going on in particular. The description really starts to explain what your recommendation is dealing with. So from here, what you'll note is that I put these in different colors so that you would notice that they are from different areas of our key issues. So there's improved stakeholders here. I took these from strategies that you've already developed. So these are from strategies you've already developed, or in this case for the quality access, it's a key factor, which needs to have some level of description or development. So I just pulled the information that you've already had and just sort of shrunk it into here. It's not beautiful language, but I just wanted you to see that this is your language here. We would tweak and adjust it so it would make more sense and flow nicer. But this is your content in particular that you've addressed as of thus far. A thing that's interesting with this in particular that I would like to highlight is that you can notice that there's improved stakeholder relationships. It addresses quality access and recognizes and reduced disease. So you're starting to see how we can merge these all 3 together as well, which makes a really holistic solution too. So I think that that's something that I'd want to highlight. You can also, I put down here in italic that you can also enhance this by connecting to other issues. So for example, hunters that are certified are granted access to the highest quality sites, or landowners are expected to review the hunters and evaluate what their actions were on the landscape, and then that could be used to improve your data collection. So you could say 90% of landowners who do this program are satisfied, or whatever it may be. So that's just something that I added to start to think about how we can also enhance these recommendations overall. The people are really just the players. And I thought about this in particular because if we say something like improve habitat, but FWP doesn't always have access, or there are additional folks that need to be engaged and involved, do we need to think about that? And that helps us think too about the authority that FWP has. Is this something that FWP can do in particular? We need to make sure that it is a recommendation that they can do, or if not, if it's something that the ledge gives them authority to do, it's still something that they'd have access to be able to do. But if it's a different individual, entirely different organization, entity, individual, we might need to think about what that is overall. The timeline, so I just jumped in between people and authority, and I apologize about that. The timeline, I put this here, not necessarily you need to think about month 1, month 2, month 3, and we're creating a budget and all of that fun stuff. But just thinking about the implementation of this, maybe it would take a year to develop. Okay, so that's something that we'd want to take into context, right? And it helps us think about our limitations and consequences. The timeline also helps if we put multiple recommendations together. We could say recommendation A first, recommendation B second, recommendation C third. Hope I didn't mix this all up. So timeline just sort of gives us a rough estimate, or if things need to happen at a certain time, just to start to consider those sorts of things. Limitations really help us start to think, well, would this be a good recommendation? So we need to do some front end work and thinking about what that looks like overall, right? So for example, this one would be possibly if it was in person, it was a 6-week in-person course. I pulled this from Brian's comments. Again, there are out-of-state hunters, so just recognizing that there are different hunters, they might not have access or the ability to apply for these programs, or whatever it may be. There may be limitations. Also, there might be like a set number of folks who could do this course, so you only have like 50 or something like that, and every year only 50 people. So does that really help you with your problem overall? Does this need to be paired with something else? So those limitations are really just there to start thinking about how this can all play out together in other pieces. And then feasibility of implementation. And we're just thinking about if it's implemented, how feasible is it? What does it look like? Is it really achieving the goals that we're trying to achieve? So other states have similar programs. And at the end, Deb will talk a little bit about the other work that she's involved in. So she'll talk a little bit about what other states are doing. But just other states are doing this too. So it seems feasible as applicable. But this would just be a set of information that we could provide to FWP in particular to consider. This would not be a requirement or mandate or anything along those lines. It would just be something that we'd say, this is our recommendation for you to consider overall. And it provides them the context of our thinking. Are there questions, comments, concerns? Juska, you went off mute. I'm going to stop.
I have a question for Deb. Does FWP ever partner with like NGOs? I'm thinking, I say the Master Hunter program. I know there's other programs like that around in the state. That's just the one I know. I mean, it's already done. And so we wouldn't be reinventing the wheel. Is there a way to partner with some of these things that exist and reduce the cost for FWP and then, implement it more quickly?
Yeah, so great question, Druska. We are on the work group for One Montana for the Master Hunter program. So we are involved at some level. It's just something that we, as far as capacity goes, we could not run the Master Hunter program. So that's kind of why One Montana took it on. It's just something we couldn't do. But we do work with them. We encourage the program. We think it's a great idea. And we do partner with other NGOs on a variety of other things. Like we're working with Pheasants Forever to help mentor young kids and get them into upland game bird hunting. So we do that. And I think you're right. We don't want to reinvent the wheel at all. If the Master Hunter program exists, I know the Master Hunter program in Montana is struggling to get funding. And so they're looking at ways to do that. They just presented to Idaho Fish and Game their program because Idaho does not have a Master Hunter program. And so they're looking at to kind of emulate Montana's Master Hunter program. It is a wonderful program. And they just can't, they just need some help in funding it. So that's what they're looking to do.
Does FWP ever, in the past, have they funneled funds to programs like this because they're helpful to all?
I don't think we've donated to the Master Hunter program. You know, we focus on our Hunter Ed program, so I don't think we have in the past. That's something I could check into. The other thing that Fish, Wildlife, and Parks is looking at is to do advanced Hunter Ed. And you guys have talked about that too, and that's something that we are looking at is how to have a continuing education component of our Hunter Ed. But I will check to see if we have actually donated to the Master Hunter program. I don't know that we have.
Also, that the foundation that FWP, I can't remember the name of it exactly, Mitch King runs it, I think. So does FWP have any say in where those funds go? I mean, they could support some of these programs.
Again, that's a good question. I know, you know, we consult with them, we work with them. You know, they don't want to give us money for a program that's not necessary, you know, or if we have plenty of funding. So I'm sure there's some consultation at some level. But again, that's something I'll have to find out for you.
Okay, thank you.
I'm going to pull the conversation a little bit. This is just an example. It's some of the content that you guys have provided overall. And it's an example of what a recommendation could look like as to what we're trying to arrive at the end of this process overall. So this is not necessarily a recommendation or the recommendation or something that you guys are going to endorse and say we champion this overall, but it's just an example based off of content and discussion that we've had as of thus far. Do the pieces of the recommendation make sense to you? Matt might be nodding and Scott might be right. Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you. Okay, any questions on that? Okay. So then my question here for you is, I've provided you all of the information as of thus far as to where we are. A possible framework for recommendation and all of the information that we've created and generated as of thus far. Where do you want to go from here? What do we need to achieve by the end of this meeting for you to find it to be successful in a use of your time? Chuck.
So I thought from the last meeting, we were supposed to bring a couple of recommendations. I thought that was our charge. So I've got a couple in mind. I think others do as well. I would like to just put those on the table and maybe not take a deep dive into them today, but get them on the table. And you know, my eyes are glazed over, tell you the truth, Kimberly, from all this other stuff. Let's get some meat on the table and start talking about it. You know, the things I think that the ancillary problems that come up with how it's done and when it's done and all that, we'll sort that out naturally. So, I mean, I'd like to just go around the horn, and I bet you will double up on some of these ideas, but just put some ideas on the table and start fleshing them out a little bit and decide, is this something we would want to go for as a group, or shall we just, is that one just not quite worth it and kick it out and move on to the next one? That's, since you asked the question, that's where I would like to go.
Sounds good. Okay, so getting those recommendations out on the table. Ian had his hand up and Stephanie had her hand. Okay, Stephanie's back on with her hand up. Stephanie?
I disagree. I think letting us give some recommendations. I mean, the public's starting to give us recommendations and stuff, so it's time this group starts going through which ones we want to vet.
Okay. Druska?
So are the recommendations we're talking about, Chuck, ones that aren't in these slides? Are we going that far different?
Yeah, I think that as I read through the slides, I think probably what I've got on there, or what I've got for my recommendations is probably on there, but my point was, if we each picked a couple that are really important to us, then we might be able to eliminate some of the other things that are on there, because for instance, just take this example. One of my recommendations is going to be to beef up our trespass laws. I've heard that over and over from this group. I think that one would rank high, and it's on there. It's on there, but it would rise, if we could rise a few of these things to the top a little more quickly, so we have time to go through them. I think we gain some time here. That was my point. Might be wrong, but
Okay.
ready to dig into it.
All right, thank you.
Anything else on that, Druska, or you're? So we're going to just throw out some ideas completely separate of the slides, not go slide by slide or anything along those lines. We're just going to throw recommendations out.
Look, we can go slide by slide, but I don't want to spend all meeting going on through a bunch of slides on stuff we've already kind of gone over. I would rather glean out of those some things that we need to get on the table and get to chasing those ideas. That's my thought.
So maybe pick it by topic and say access issues, and say how do we address, maybe you're talking this one in particular, Chuck. Address quality access to harvest, and say, let's talk about recommendations on this one in particular. Let's throw some out here, have a conversation and discussion, and then move forward. That's kind of where we're landing. I need head nods or shakes. Head nods. Okay. Druska, you shrugged. And then I'll get you, Ian. I see you. Yeah. Okay. Ian.
Yeah, I guess I like Chuck's idea. I mean, that's kind of along the lines of what I was going to say. I guess personally, I don't know that we'd even need to get that complicated. I think everybody on this panel has, 1 to 3 items that they're particularly passionate about. If they could, if we just got those 3 items on paper, and then I think we have a really good framework that we can go back in. All of our other slides and whatnot, it's more, to me, it's more of we have defined the problem, but we have not provided any solutions yet. So we can, we can put a couple action items that we feel like is a solution to one of the problems, and then we can go back and look at that stuff that we've done before. I don't know. I mean, I think just going around the table in order and just hearing everybody's, kind of opinion on, top 1 to 3 items or something that they feel like should make it on, at least a discussion list for, recommendations. I think that would be really helpful to give everybody in the group vision.
So I'm hearing 2 separate things. So I just want to be super clear, and I want to be clear as to why I think that we need to have a conversation about it. So we can throw out just ideas. We can go around and say, throw out your first idea, throw out your second idea, throw out your third idea. And once we get through all 3, then we can start having a conversation about what that looks like. When we do that process of throwing out your ideas first, we will need to make sure that it is within scope and circle back. So I just want to fully acknowledge that we're going to have to do some cleanup on the back end, making sure they may not be within scope, all that fun stuff. So we might have to address that. So yeah, we can go around the table and just say, what's your first idea? Make sure everybody has time and space to share them. The second process that I'm kind of hearing overall is go slide by slide and then say, okay, let's look at these things and see if our recommendations are in that space. So I just want to be clear, we're now leaning towards just throw out one round of ideas and then clean up on the back end. And I see Druska went off mute and then Stephanie.
So what if the slides have everything we need. Start there. Your recommendation, Chuck, of enhanced trespass laws. Okay, write that one down. And go from there. Not, if somebody asks me my top 10 or my top 3, I'm not going to be able to do that because I don't know. It's all important. So maybe we just stop at a slide, and if somebody's got a specific recommendation, let's go from there.
Okay. Stephanie, then Matt. Stephanie, you're on mute. You're still on mute. Stephanie, you're on mute.
Sorry. So, I guess I'm looking at these slides and there's really not even recommendations on them. Some of them are just like the public's opinion on one thing. Some of them are things outside of our scope. So, again, our group is not making recommendations. We've just got these random slides with random statements. And I thought we were going to start making some recommendations. So I don't know if that means going through these slide by slide and taking some stuff off that is irrelevant. But some of the stuff on these slides just isn't, doesn't fit a recommendation, or, it's just kind of a random statement. So I guess that's where I'm kind of at with it.
Okay. Matt?
Do we feel like we could maybe just prioritize? Could we all come to an agreement on what we feel is the priority, and it's something that we can actually come up with an actionable recommendation for today? So maybe a quick overview of what everybody feels like we could agree would be a top priority, and start picking on one thing, flesh it out, and come up with a suggestion.
Okay. So now we have 3 options. We can pick a top priority, go with it. We can go slide by slide, or we can throw out recommendations. How do you guys want to do it?
How about you're hosting this, you make a decision and let's start moving.
Last time you said I made your life difficult. So now the ball is in your court. Let's see how it goes. Okay. What I'll do is I'll say, let's go slide by slide because it has the issues at hand and it might provide the framework and context. Is there a key issue that you think is most important that is your top priority? So for example, of these, recognize and reduce disease, address quality access to harvest, to strategically redistribute the elk and redistribute the hunters, improve stakeholder relationships, improve data collection strategies. Is there one that is at the top of your mind as to the problem that you want to solve today? Brent.
For me, redistribution of elk, if there are good ideas among the group, that solves a lot of the problems for all stakeholders. So okay. I don't know what others are feeling. I don't have a silver bullet lining to redistribute the elk, but potentially discussing that I think everyone here would feel that might address some of their issues.
So we have a nomination for redistribute the elk. Scott Engelbert, both Scotts. Okay, yes. Matt, is that a hand raise or a thumbs up? That's not a hand raise. Okay, so we'll start there. For next steps in process, what we'll do is we'll run through this one, see what we can get for recommendations moving forward. Next, we'll jump to the next one that you guys think is a priority and go from there. At the end of the day, if we do not get through all of them and you have additional comments, questions, recommendations that you want to incorporate, please send them to me and I will throw them out to the group and they will have the ability to review them prior to this meeting in particular. Okay. So if we look at strategically redistributing elk, I'm just going to pull up the slide, show you what it looks like so you can have access to it, but I'll take down the screen so that you can have the conversation and discussion amongst yourselves and see each other. And I'll take notes on the back end and share them afterwards. What I want you to recognize is this is the right one, right? Brent, I'm turning to you on this. Driscoll nodded, so yes, okay. So this is the ultimate goal, is to increase the elk harvest on public lands by increasing the number of elk present on the public lands during the hunting season through redistribution of current populations. That's what we're trying to achieve here. These key factors are things that we think are important with our recommendation. Our recommendation, whatever it is, should be flexible and nimble in providing access to hunters. It should be a durable recommendation. It should improve elk habitat. It should be respectful of private property rights. These are the things we want our recommendation. If we create any recommendation on here, are the things that we want to take into consideration. Please also note that this is done with hunting as well. We did this as a paired one together, so this may not all be applicable. As Druska mentioned previously, there might be things on this slide that we want to remove. I'm guessing at this point in time, we don't really want to clarify a lot on the slide itself, but I do want to acknowledge these are the things that we've identified as of thus far as are important for our recommendation to address. These sticky notes here are things that have been posed as potential ideas or strategies or recommendations. These are just these snippet thoughts that could be enhanced into a recommendation too. For an ideal recommendation, I would highly recommend thinking about recommendations that could address multiple of these issues. So multiple things at once. So being respectful of private property rights and understanding the seasonal distribution of elk or something along those lines where it addresses multiples. It doesn't have to address everything, but thinking about those sets and things along those lines. Are there questions, comments, concerns? I'm guessing no. I'm going to take this down. I assume everybody has access to it. So that we can just have a group discussion, and I will open it for conversation. Aaron.
I guess kind of going on Chuck's comment earlier on this, if we're gonna, flesh it out just a little bit, something that's kind of near and dear to me, and I think it goes hand in hand, is the promote respectful and ethical actions, like we were talking about earlier on landowner property. If we have people that are doing good actions, you're going to see more and more people open up their ground to hunting. I'm one of them. I don't have elk on my place, but whitetail, mule deer, antelope, and I'm pretty restrictive on who I let hunt, just because of the actions of the few, granted, but we can't be out there every day policing, doing everything else. So that's something on this one that I would like to include.
Okay. So your recommendation is to promote ethical actions, especially on land. Okay, thank you, Aaron.
So me and Chuck, and I can't remember who the other lady was on our group.
Stacy.
I think we discussed that in our group. So would anybody be opposed to having an added thing in hunter safety about how to deal with landowners and respect for all that? If nobody's in opposition to that, how about we say, yes, let's approve that. And that's our first recommendation, is education to new hunters. Everybody agree? Lots of head nods. There we go. We got one thing done. Let's move on to the next.
He's got it down. Okay, so improve hunter education. Again, I see you, and Stephanie, I see you. And I'm going to follow up on this, Scott. Yes, we have head nods. We'll throw it out there. I do want to give folks at least a week to review what we've come up with and think about it too. So this isn't you are married to it forever. I just want to throw that out there. We will have the chance to review, add, tweak, and change, and make these more robust as well. So, but thank you for moving us forward, Scott. I appreciate that. Ian, and then Stephanie.
Yeah, I guess I'd throw it out to the group along those lines of so I think we could all agree that increasing education is going to be pretty critical. I'm just kind of thinking about like implementation. And I guess my idea, now granted, this is going to take a legislative change or whatever, but I'd be interested to see the group's take on like a type 3 block management program. I guess this has been something that I've been thinking a lot on, received some other comments from the public that hit on this. And I think you could kind of treat this as a pilot project to, you know, my hope would be somebody like Aaron, that you would have a program in place. I mean, it's similar, you know, very much parallels to the you know, master hunter type program where there's an education element. And I think something that would be pretty cool is if we, you know, if there was a you know, when you're buying your license, you get like a type 3 endorsement. And I don't know, I mean, maybe it costs you $100 or something that, you know, would help pay. Maybe a specific question to Aaron. I know when you get hunters that come and hunt, I would think that you feel like a broken record. You have to explain the rules every time. You have to go through a bunch of procedural stuff. I guess with this type 3 idea, I think if there was a pot of money there and you could have a, you know, put it out for bid or something, have a private organization go through, interview you, Aaron, with a, you know, with a camera, get all your rules taken down, get you know, maybe do like a Google Earth kind of fly through to explain the property boundaries, so somebody could just watch something and they would know, you know, the rules to your property. I guess the recommendation, you know, not to get too sidetracked and in the weeds, the recommendation would be pursue a type 3 block management program that would look to, you know, solve a bunch of these other items that come up on multiple slides. But I guess maybe we could kind of put our heads together as a group and see what the specifics of that program would look like. But I think that could be an offshoot for, okay, here's where we try, you know, does additional public education work? Okay, well, there's people that participate in this and they're very respectful and other stuff. Yeah, it works. Maybe we need to expand that to, you know, more of a general platform.
Okay, so a type 3 block management program, figuring out different components of it overall. Okay, Stephanie. You're on mute. You're mute.
Sorry, I'm on mute. All right. My recommendation, or kind of one thing that I think I've observed the last few weekends, I've gone out up in my area on public land, and it's so interesting. I have seen so many elk on public land. So the factor is pressure. We've got so much pressure on the public land in my area. It's a popular elk hunting area. My recommendation is going to not have shoulder hunting on public land of any sort. I think that putting pressure on elk for 6 months on public land is only training them worse to get onto that private property. And so that will be my recommendation.
Okay, Matt, Scott, and then Druska.
Yeah, I think Stephanie's right on with that. You know, I think also, I mean, I'm going to throw this out there, and I'm not married to this. I just kind of throwing it out there for discussion amongst the group. But would there ever be a, you know, if we're talking about harvesting or reducing, getting numbers back into objective, is maybe potentially having like a transferable cow tag on private land only, so that when you to effectively kill, you know, like oftentimes, you know, when you're in the elk or whatever, the opportunity is there to kill more elk. And I don't know, you know, like I say, I'm just kind of throwing this out there for discussion, if this would be palatable for the public or whatnot, that like, say you had multiple people with tags that you could legally kill more than one elk at one time. So just something I'd throw out there.
Okay. Scott. You're on mute.
Sorry about that. So somebody else is gonna have to chime in on this one, but for some reason in my mind, and maybe I'm wrong, but I thought that shoulder seasons were exclusively on private land. Is that not true? Are you 100% sure of that? Because where I'm at, the shoulder season, I get so many people and I don't see anybody in the forest.
Yeah, it depends on the unit, Scott. Southwest Montana, we have at least a unit. I'm not sure how many, but at least one for sure that is on public. But yeah, I think your area is private land only, I believe.
I'm pretty sure where I am, it is private land only. But anyway, so I just wanted to clear that up. So apparently it's different in different regions. So that'd be something that we could definitely look at and clean up a little bit. Just to piggyback off of Matt really quick, I had that same idea, Matt, and I thought about it and thought about it and thought about it. And I know at the moment you say the word transferable tags, people get really, really, you get a lot of side eye. My thought with the transferable tags is if you made it sportsman optional, if you don't like the idea, you don't opt for a transferable tag. I mean, I don't think it would be hard to print a tag that had 2 signature lines so that if the sportsman chose, you could sign that over to somebody else. I get, I'll bet 20 people a year that come hunt on my place, and they come and they hunt and you go, well, how was it? And they say, well, we didn't get any. Can we leave you our tag? If you see them, I just want to fill my freezer, and you can't. That's not an option. If that was an option for the sportsman, that's not a landowner tag. If you don't like it, you don't have to do it. But if you gave some sportsmen the option, I know there are people that would do it. That would allow other people, like Matt said, to, if you got into the elk where you could shoot more than one, and that would be very helpful, I think.
Thanks, Scott. We have Druska, Stephanie, Chuck, and then Heath.
So this is more of a general question. In a lot of the emails that we've gotten, there has been a lot of talk about there's just too long of a hunting season. And that's a big reason why everything's messed up. So one, is that the agreement of this group that the seasons are too long? And then two, in the event that shoulder seasons weren't optional, if you don't have the elk during general season, but you have them during the critical abortive time period, then what is the best way to deal with those elk if you don't have a shoulder season? So just 2 questions is all.
Can I jump in on that really quick?
Yeah, I was about to say, let's get Druska's questions answered first. Yeah.
You guys mind really quick? So to the shoulder season, I just want to explain my rationale for liking the shoulder season. And that is where I'm at in a special draw unit, and I let people hunt. I get a lot of people that call me when they draw the either sex tag, which is very exclusive. I know people that have been putting in for that for 30 years. There's only 100 of them given out. And so my general season is generally filled with people hunting that either sex tag. If I didn't have the shoulder season and I had to let cow elk hunters on during the general season, it's going to be very, very hard for the people that draw that coveted either sex tag. So I let the bull hunters with the either sex tag hunt the general season, and then I let anybody that wants to hunt a cow on the shoulder season. I don't like the idea of getting rid of that. I wouldn't be opposed to taking it some time off of the front end of that, getting rid of the part of it in August. But I think if you made the shoulder season more exclusive to private land, I think keeping that as a tool, that's just for me. I know it's different in every place, but that's why it works good for me.
Okay. Thanks, Scott. And I think Druska had one other question too. So we might have some discussion on the shoulder season in particular. But Druska, you had one other question that I would like to address first.
I'm good.
Okay.
Yeah.
So then let's jump to Stephanie, Chuck, and then Heath.
So one of, I just wanted to quick, in response to Scott, like in our area, so we're one of the way over populated districts areas, and we've got a 004 cow tag. You can actually get 2 of them. But during the shoulder season, they are still valid on state and what is, gosh, why am I drawing a blank right now? We're so focused on block management. It's BLM, sorry. So you are still valid to hunt on state and BLM. You're just not allowed on national forest, WMAs, or the CMR. So I think, again, taking out that state and BLM land off the table will help that pressure. The other recommendation, kind of in response to Drushka, one of my other recommendations is really focused damage hunts. I think we've got damage hunts, which are such a good tool, but because we have the shoulder seasons that go so long, we've kind of gone away from using those damage hunts, which I think are a lot more focused on getting those problematic elk. I mean, for instance, my husband, he was number 4 on a damage list and never got a call, which was really surprising because this particular area is one of the hot topics of over objection. But giving folks who participate in those damage hunts a B tag, so they don't have to worry about using their general license, whether that's in August. We've had very successful damage hunts in August and in late season. And then also making it more localized. So having folks, when they put in for those damage hunts, maybe ask a few more questions like, hey, are you available within 24 hours notice? Because when those elk are on the haystack, they're on the haystack. Or maybe like a limitation based on where you're at. So like a 100-mile radius from that district. So that way, you know, somebody from Florida, for instance, isn't number 1 on the damage list. And when they get called, they can't make it out. And then providing those ranchers with those folks' names and numbers so they can say, hey, look, get out here. I know we let the ranchers pick quite a few of those folks on the damage hunt. So I think breathing some new life into the damage hunt is a good tool.
Thank you, Stephanie. So then Chuck and then Heath.
I want to endorse a couple of the ideas that have been out there. One of them is Matt's transferable cow tags. It's not necessarily going to be pretty, folks, to get rid of 50,000 head of elk, but you know, if I could shoot 2 instead of 1, that's a start. So I want to endorse that. And I think I'd like to endorse Scott's idea of taking the front end off the shoulder season. That's caused a lot of consternation. And, you know, that's the last thing we need is more consternation between the landowner and the sportsman. If a person has trouble with elk getting in his cornfield, he can get a damage hunt, you know. So I think we need to, I would look strongly at that. And that's coming from the, you know, landowner community. So those 2 things, just want to put my vote in on those 2.
Okay. Thank you, Chuck. So taking off the front end of the shoulder season and the transferable cow tag on private land. So let's do Heath, Druska, and then Matt, and then I'll pose a question. Heath?
Yeah. So I was kind of with both Chuck, Matt there. I guess I don't have a problem with the transferable cow tag as long as it's private land only. I think that's going to be the kicker there. I think if it got outside of the private land, I think then that's when people of Montana are going to be pissed.
Totally, Heath. I totally agree with that.
Added that note. Yep.
And then, yeah, as far as you know, as far as getting rid of the early shoulder season, I think that's a great idea. The question I have, and I don't know if it's possible, but is it possible to implement a shoulder season between seasons that's private land only? You know, because I mean, part of what we're trying to do is redistribute elk to public land, right, and off of private land. And if we had, say we got rid of, you know, a shoulder season and pushed it to, you know, maybe 2 weeks in October, maybe bow season ended a week earlier or something like that, or it was, you know, whatever it may be. You know, at that point, those elk aren't getting pressure from the public side. And I don't know if it'd help. You know, they might be back on private 6 days after the rifle season starts. I'm not sure. Just an idea I was throwing out.
Perfect. Thank you, Heath. I'm going to pause really quickly. I think Stephanie might have a response to that, but I'm not. Or do you have a new recommendation, Stephanie? Because I want to pair.
Yep, I do. Actually, that was one of the things I wanted to recommend too. So Heath, that's a great idea. Was utilizing that dead week on private only. Even if it is allowing bull and bee tags, it's getting those elk off of that private on that dead week, especially. I know we're going to get a lot of pushback if you take away a week in archery, but again, there's that 5 days there that there's really not that much pressure. If we allowed hunting on private, it might push some of those elk back on public for the second opening day.
Okay. Thank you. And then, sorry, I jumped the line. So Juska, Matt, and then Scott. And then I'll post.
So I just had what I believe is a quick clarification. And Deb can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think there's a difference with FWP between a damage hunt and a brucellosis mitigation hunt. And different rules apply and different funding applies. And so just to let us know that a damage hunt for me doesn't really help, but a brucellosis hunt does, kind of thing.
Okay. Deb's nodding her head, so I think yes. Okay. Matt, Scott, and then I'll pose a question.
So I've got a question for people that are more knowledgeable than me on these damage hunts. Are those, like, currently when you do a damage hunt, can you kill bulls? Does anybody know that? Or is it strictly cows?
Matt, I'll respond, and FWP can jump in too, but I've heard of damage hunts in 426 prior to the season opening for bulls. They call the folks with bull tags and let them rifle hunt early season before archery, because it was kind of a issue where some folks who had the archery tag were a little bit upset. And then I've heard of damage hunts in the late season as well, when there were bulls on the haystack in 417, and they allowed people who didn't fill those tags, they called them, and if they hadn't filled them, they put them on a list, and the landowner called them and had them come out. The big issue was those sportsmen need to be really informed prior to, because what the landowners were having problems with is the sportsmen were coming in and being picky, going, well, I don't want to shoot that raghorn, I want a bigger bull, when that needs to be addressed right up front, that, hey, this is a damage hunt, you shoot what's there. So
Yeah, so we've been part of the, I mean, our areas, I've been part of that early season bull hunt, and I don't know what I don't know what I feel about that, but I do think that in these late season, with people who don't give access all season long, and then bulls come into their haystack on the neighbor's land, I think that those need to be, if we're going to do a damage hunt, I think that those people, if there's permits out there, I think that those people should be first on the list to go do damage hunts and maybe eliminate that shoulder season.
Thank you, Matt. Scott, Chuck, and then Scott, then Chuck just went off, and then Ian maybe. So Scott first.
I'm just going to do a lot of agreeing. I agree with Matt again. If those people that have that tag, I'm sure Fish and Game knows who they are. If they want to get in on an early season damage hunt, great. And then I also wanted to agree with Heath. I think, if we wanted to talk about, adding a shoulder season on private, in between the archery and the general, and move general back a week. I know there was a comment from the public about moving the general season back a little further, like a week or two after Thanksgiving. I don't think that would necessarily be a problem to go a little longer with the general season and squeeze a shoulder season for cows in the middle there. I don't know how that'd work. I haven't thought about this very much, but that's just my reaction off the cuff to that idea, Heath.
Thanks, Scott.
Yeah.
So, go ahead, Heath.
Sorry, real quick. I seen that comment as well, Scott. I think the only concern I have is, like, your central Montana and eastern Montana units, it may not be as valid, but around here, we get a lot of these elk pushing out to winter range more and more. And I think you're going to end up hammering elk that maybe aren't really an issue for us. They're basically backcountry elk living up on public land where we want them, and we're going to end up, hitting herds that migrate out that do stay up on public. And I that's my only concern, I guess, is that we would be hammering a resource that maybe we don't necessarily want to hammer, even in units that aren't over objective for that matter.
Perfect. Thank you, Keith. So I still have Scott, you have your hand up, Ian and Stephanie, and then I will officially stop and pause for a question. But Deb, I see you are also on camera and off mute.
Yeah, let me just jump in real quick and then I'll back out again. I just wanted to respond to Scott. My computer wasn't working to get off video or on video that quickly. But yeah, bulls, as long as they're contributing to the damage, can be included in the damage hunt, like Stephanie said. I just wanted to verify that.
Thank you, Deb. So Ian, Stephanie, and then me.
Yeah, I guess I would throw out first. I don't know if I would probably be in agreement with Heath on extending any seasons. I don't know. I think somewhat. I think it's worth the group considering if the length of our seasons in general is kind of maybe what has gotten us into this place in the first place. But I guess group question, group poll. I mean, I tend to like the idea of the damage hunt principle. I think there's maybe too many rules or hoops to jump through to be reactive and quick. But I guess I don't know. We did this whole shoulder season experiment. That's what it was supposed to be. It was an experiment, and I think it's pretty much unanimous consent that there's now more elk crowding on private land than there was prior to the shoulder season being implemented. Does the group feel that? I mean, I guess my personal recommendation would be that abandon the shoulder season in its entirety and try to ramp up the damage hunt and take some of the guardrails off of that so it can be reactive, focused, and make a difference where it needs to be made. I personally feel like the shoulder hunt is a failed program and would like to get kind of a group poll on that.
So I think that there's discussion on the shoulder season and its effectiveness, and I think there's a variety of different responses to that. And we can dive into the shoulder season in particular before we take polls on that. And we're going to take each of these and dive into them deeper. I do see Deb on camera. She's good. Okay. So let's just
wait till this wraps up. No. Right.
Okay. Perfect. Thank you, Deb. So let's get Stephanie, then Scott, and then I'm never getting in there. Stephanie, go first.
The only thing I would say is if we do explore moving the season at all, detaching the mule deer season from that, I think that's mule deer is really going to be a big issue in Montana. And so detaching that from elk, it needs to be separated off as not a one size fits all season setting wise. We need to look at that season separate.
Agreed.
Okay. And then Scott.
So I just wanted to respond to Ian, and I, forgive me. I know that it's easy to get really narrow sighted in where you're at specifically, but that's the context of where I am. So for me, Ian, without that shoulder season, we did not kill cow elk. Period. We didn't. We'd get a few, but nothing like what we get now. And the reason for that is. The elk are already on the private. They're on the private all summer long because there's so much traffic in the national forest from recreators, from ATVs, from you name it, that they're already here. They're hardly ever on the forest. So without the shoulder season, we just aren't able to do anything with the cow elk. So, and I know that's very specific to where I'm at, and I don't know what everyone else's thing is with the shoulder season. But the idea that the shoulder season is causing more elk to be on the private is not completely accurate because where I'm at, they're already here. So that really isn't the cause of the elk being on private for me.
Thanks, Scott. So it seems the shoulder season, we probably need to have a conversation of what the intent is and what we're trying to achieve overall. It may not be a solution of adjusting or tweaking it or removing it or something along those lines, but figuring out exactly what it's trying to achieve and if it's doing that effectively, which is going to circle back to my question, which is, and I'm going to just jump the line. I apologize, Scott and Chuck. Are these recommendations that you're creating as of thus far going to increase the elk on public lands? Are these really, that's the driving point that we should probably focus in on? Are there other creative solutions to increase elk on public lands? So I just wanted to pose that and make sure that we're really driving for that as well. Are there other options available to us to increase elk on public lands? Chuck, and then I think it was Scott who dropped his hand, and then Druska.
Okay, yeah, I was just going to address that very point. I think in our area where we have a shoulder season, those elk aren't going back to public land because by that time of year it's getting winter time and they're looking for something to eat and it's not in the high country. So as far as using the shoulder season to push elk back to public land, in this area, I'm in Region 5, that's probably not going to happen. One thing I think that would be effective with the shoulder season, and I really think we need to keep it in some form because it's a tool that we can use to get elk killed. And I think that if we had a 2-week break between the end of the general and the beginning of the shoulder, or maybe a week or something, let things calm down a little bit. You know, let the elk settle a little bit, and then get some good hunters in, and you can get some elk shot. But they elk. I like elk. I really like elk a lot, but they need a place, and they need a place to rest once in a while. So, give them that bit of time off and then go back in and see if you can knock some cows down. So, as far as redistributing elk to public land, I don't think the shoulder season does that, at least in this area. And number 2, have a break between the general and the shoulder. I think you would have a more effective kill on elk.
Thanks, Chuck. Juska, and then Scott Van Dyken, and then Heath.
So what if we had a recommendation that, because we've talked about how everybody's situation is different, and so what works here doesn't work there, et cetera. What if we had a recommendation to FWP that required the biologists and a facilitator, if necessary, to sit down with the landowners and hunters in that area? I saw this happen in Big Timber. And it wasn't a great big meeting, but everybody came and everybody talked, and they set the seasons, they set the quotas. It was just this congenial atmosphere where they all had a say in what the season was and what they were trying to achieve. And so you're requiring FWP then to put that effort in on the front end before they do season setting that says, what is it going to look like in this area, and what tools are we going to employ in this area? Because it's, even if somebody doesn't like a shoulder season, it works for somebody else. So you can't just say, get rid of shoulder seasons. But our recommendation then would say, analyze all of this on a district level, basically. And it's going to require a lot better communication from FWP biologists. And so if a facilitator is necessary, that's what they would have to do.
Thank you, Druska. So Scott Van Dyken first, and then other Scott.
So I guess the point of the shoulder season is to kill elk and push them off public land. And in relation to the transferable tag, I don't know if the public's going to like that, but there's people that are going to kill elk and there's people that are never going to kill elk. People are either killers or they're not, flat out. And there's half of them are going to not want to get off the road, and the other half are going to walk 5 miles to go kill a cow. And those are the guys that have the ability to kill multiple elk. in relation to what Druska was saying, I've talked to our biologist up here in Region 4, and I have a pretty good relationship with him. And they do that up here. They have like landowners will call each other and say, hey, the elk just moved off onto mine. They went over into the neighbors trying to kill elk, and they kill hundreds of elk in the shoulder season. And they've flown out, we're trying to find the elk, trying to let everybody know. And they're just not killing enough, at least in the Hell's Kitchen area, because it's way over population. And they do all that stuff, and they have people that kind of host it for Fish and Game. It really helps. So, I mean, there's a lot of different things that work. They're just not even killing enough in our area. And I know that's a big push with the landowners is, you know, and then the other problem they have is we have the Beartooth Wildlife Management Area owned by Fish, Wildlife and Parks, and it closes December 1st. So then all the elk run onto that and stay up there until after the shoulder season, and then it'll go back onto private. So I think, like everybody said, that every single area is going to be different, and every single unit is going to be a little different. But I'll go back on mute.
Thank you, Scott. Other Scott.
I hate to disagree with you, Scott, but just to echo what Druska said, I've been here for a while and I've never met my local biologist. They've never stopped here. I've never had a conversation with them, not one time. And I think that'd be really helpful.
Okay. Thank you, Scott. Stephanie, and then Scott Van Dyken again.
This is kind of another recommendation. You know, when I was buying tags this year, there was quite a bit of donate here, but I don't know if FWP could put some funds towards like the Veterans Meat Locker, for instance. So when folks are called to shoot multiple cows, I mean, I know for me and my husband, I mean, one elk is plenty enough for us, but we always go out and help the landowners and kill as many as we can. So if it made it easy for folks to donate, because it's expensive to process an elk, you know, so in addition to the hunting expenses, some people might not want to go bee hunt, especially for multiple cows, because it is a big expense. So maybe it's something we could encourage folks who are participating in these damage hunts and shoulder seasons to donate to the Veterans Meat Locker. It's just kind of a suggestion.
Thanks, Stephanie. Scott has his hand up. Oh, Deb.
I guess maybe I could just respond to that, Stephanie. So there is that Hunters Against Hunger program that is an optional donation when you buy your license, and it's not the veteran one, but it's a Hunters Against Hunger, and so that goes to helping process the meat that's donated. So there's that. But again, if you guys want to do something else, that's again going to be legislation probably. And I don't know what Scott's going to say, but this might be a good time to jump in. So I was going to bring this up today anyway. I wanted to talk to Chuck last night, and I never got around to calling him, but he and I and Lindsay Parsons have been going back and forth with this late season hunt that that Chuck was asking about, and we misunderstood and gave him the Gardner hunt, but it was broader than that. And, you know, and I'll address Chuck, but to all of you, I mean, the bottom line is the data that you're looking for, Chuck, is going to be so hard to get. You know, you were looking at to see if the late season hunt really affected population numbers, if it impacted the population and it declined. And it's going to be super, super hard to get. Lindsay was just explaining to me that it's a monumental effort to do. And I was talking to Quentin about it, and he's happy to talk with you, Chuck, if you want to. But basically, the answer for shoulder seasons and for late season hunt is the longer the season, whether it be shoulder season or late season hunt, the more elk are killed. I mean, you know, the longer it's open, obviously, the more elk are killed. But the bottom line, does it move the needle on the population? And the answer is really no. It doesn't do that. It doesn't change where the numbers are. It doesn't have that big of an impact. That doesn't address the moving the elk around and pushing them in different areas. That definitely is a different question and a different answer, but it doesn't affect the overall population. It does kill more elk, but it doesn't affect the overall population. So Chuck, I hope that answers that's the question I think you were getting at, is does it impact it? And the answer is really no.
Thank you, Deb. Let's jump to Scott, and then I'll pose one more question.
I just wanted to piggyback on what Stephanie said about, you know, the donations. That I think that goes along with a transferable cow tag on private land, where, you know, if you had a hunter that showed up and you said, hey, by the way, the last guys were willing to give their tags, so if you get into the elk, you can shoot 2, you can shoot 3. You know, most people that leave that tag are going to want it. I think. I mean, that's been my experience, that most people that say to me, you know, I wish that I could leave my tag for you, would be more than happy to, you know, hunt for 3 or 4 days. And if they don't get anything, they'd be happy to come pick up an elk that somebody else shot and put in their freezer. But if they're, you know, they're not, or they're out of state, or they're not going to get back and they're willing to donate it, you know, I think having, you know, the next group of hunters be able to have more than 1 tag a piece in their pocket would help us in these over objective areas.
Thanks, Scott. So we're right about a point for a break. And I want to pose one more time. Do we think that the recommendations that we've created as of thus far will increase elk harvest on on public lands? Because we're going to switch to next to either access or whatever the next topic that you guys want to discuss. So I just wanted to make sure that this really focuses in on increasing harvest on public lands. There's any other recommendations you want to include in this space? Well, that got you guys quiet fast. Okay. Any other questions, comments, statements? Yes, Chuck.
Well, to answer your question, no, not really. I mean, it may be somewhat effective, but what we're talking about here, other than the transferable license, pretty much we're doing anyway in some fashion or other, and it doesn't seem to be pushing a lot of elk back onto public land. For one thing, and we've talked a lot about shoulder seasons. Well, you know, by the time you get to a shoulder season, the general season is over, and you can't hunt on public land except in those areas where they did open it up for that. So it wouldn't make any difference in an area where the public land is not open to hunt during the shoulder season. If you shoved all the elk up there, it's not going to make any more opportunity for the general public to hunt them. So for this to say what we have talked about here today, that is really effective in allowing more hunting, more opportunity on public land, mildly so, but not really. That's really not what we're talking about here. We're mostly talking about in this segment, killing more elk. That's kind of what we got down to. We morphed a little bit away from our original topic and got down to how the hell do we kill these elk? That's what we're talking about here.
Yes, and I just want to pose that question to folks, because that's one thing that we need to think about, is harvesting the elk on public lands. So I just wanted to highlight that as something maybe we should consider at some point. Thank you for your thoughts, Chuck. Let's get Druska, Heath, Stephanie, and then Ian.
So over the course of time, we've talked about improving habitat. And I think there was even something somewhere that said improve habitat on public land. So if we're trying to get elk off of private onto public, what does improving habitat on public land look like, and how feasible is that even to do?
So if you don't mind, I'll chime in, Justa.
Anyways.
Yeah, so a couple different things. The only way, not the only way, one of the biggest issues with elk and carrying capacity is winter range. And it doesn't really matter if you can hold 100,000 elk in a small area in the summer. There's a lot of grass. But if we don't have suitable winter range, and a lot of that is caused by, or is an issue of conifer encroachment, noxious weeds, that kind of stuff. So in the areas that I live specifically, the biologist down here has done a ton of work on conifer encroachment, and he's taken out, and he's contracted it out. And I don't know how it's funded, if it's, through another organization or FWP, I'm not sure. Maybe Deb knows, but they've done, I don't even know, hundreds, thousands of acres of conifer removal. In that, and there's also some grant money that's been put towards noxious weed control in those same general areas, to improve grasslands, obviously. And so that right there, I think, is the only way we can really improve habitat, because our biggest issue for habitat is winter range at the moment. I can't speak to, it might be different up in region 1 where, Ian's dealing with more timber and that kind of stuff. I don't know. But in our area specifically, it's our biologists working with other organizations, BLM, Forest Service, that kind of stuff, to do those types of projects.
Thanks, Heath.
Can I just respond to you for just a second? So in our area, we have the Dome Mountain WMA. And so that's an agricultural field that we actually lease. And the agreement is you take care of all of the stuff you would do with farming, and you can have the first cutting, and then you have to irrigate it up and leave the second cutting for the elk. Problem is the elk are there in July and August, and they eat it all before winter even shows its head. And so, question to the group, on a WMA where it's being misused, in my opinion, because it's supposed to be winter range and it's not, what are the chances FWP or pressure from this group could have them fence that hayfield off until winter actually comes?
Okay. Thank you, Driska. So I'll put that down. So fence off the hayfield until that winter comes, thinking about those seasonalities and access the elk have at those certain times.
And maybe no other WMAs have this issue, but okay, ours is.
Okay, Heath, Stephanie, Ian, and then Scott.
I think talking about killing more elk on public land, I think the only way we're ever going to address that aspect of it is to look at season structure. If we continue to chase them around for 3 months straight on public land, it doesn't matter what we do. We're never going to entice elk to be on public land. We're just going to keep running them off. So as long as we're going to allow elk hunting for basically September, October, November on public land, it's going to be, there's probably not a great solution to that.
So really thinking about the season structure if we go down that route. Okay, Stephanie, Ian, and Scott.
I just want to make sure that we don't throw the baby out with the bathwater, because necessarily the recommendations we all just came up with, which are, I think, some pretty good ones, get thrown out because they don't fit under necessarily this slide. I just want to make sure that they are being documented somewhere, and just because they don't necessarily fit perfectly under harvesting more elk on public land, we don't get hung up on the slide necessarily. But we recognize that these are some good recommendations.
Of course. Yeah. None of them disappear. You'll have access to all of them, and I'll type them up so that you don't see my shorthand notes. But I will send them out to you guys to look over and review. I just want to make sure that you're not missing something important, because you've acknowledged that this could be important. So maybe thinking about what that looks like. So Ian, Scott, Chuck, and Brent, and I also will acknowledge that I put in the schedule a 5-minute break at this point in time. So maybe we stop after Brent and take a 5-minute break after that, if that works for everybody. So Ian first.
Yeah, I guess maybe clarification. I don't know. I feel like the increase elk harvest on public land comment. I mean, I think to me personally that would mean increase bull harvest, or have that quality experience on on public land. I think, personally, I think we should, reduce the cow hunting pressure on, we could maybe, reduce the overall number of elk that are killed on public land, but we would, increase bull harvest, and the quality of the elk hunting experience could be far, far better on public land. Maybe we don't take as many cows, but the elk, if we're just there, we're targeting bulls, the elk hunting experience would be, quality on public land. I guess I'd want to make that, clarification, or, maybe put it back to the group that, are we wanting to or kill more cows on public land, or is that comment geared more towards the antlered harvest?
My comments were definitely towards antlered harvesting.
Thanks, Heath. So let's do Scott, Chuck, and then Brent.
Yeah, I'm always just about 4 people behind on my comments, but just going back to what Heath was saying about the forest, I just wanted to say this so that anybody from the public that's watching, elk on private is a bigger issue than just private given elk sanctuary. I mean, you look at the condition of our national forest, and some of this is failed forestry policy, to be frank with everybody. I mean, the way the forest looks where I'm at, there's no critters on it at all. I mean, it's all wind blown, downfall, dead trees. There's no forage. There's no grass up there. It's a mess. So, there's more to elk being on private than just giving them sanctuary. I mean, private landowners, first thing we did on this ranch 60 years ago, first thing my father-in-law did was log it. Now we've got grass. So now we got elk. So, there's a lot more to it than that. And I think, Keith, that you're spot on that Fish and Game needs to kind of come up with some kind of way to collaborate with the Forest Service and do some major cleanup in the forest to restore habitat on the forest.
Okay. I'll do Chuck, then Brent, and I guess Aaron, and then a break.
Yeah, that's, you're spot on, Scott. It's interesting. It will be interesting here. We burned up about 20,000 acres of timber up here west of my ranch last summer, and some of that was ours, but we didn't lose private property, but it will be interesting to see what happens to the elk now. Just a quick example. 3 years ago, I was riding my permit. Everybody knows I'm an outfitter, and I was riding up into the South Fork, poking cows out of there in the fall, and there were 4 archery camps up in that country in about an 8-mile stretch. There's no elk in there. They're all trying to be mad at me. I said, I don't have any hunters up here. It's you guys. There's so much pressure on the forest. Any place people could get into, they've got all the elk pushed out of there. So, it's going to be really tough unless we want to start limiting access to the national forest. And I don't want to be the guy that suggests it, because you can probably lose your head on that deal. I get it. I don't want to limit access, but we've got so much pressure there that, yes, I think we could help our habitat. But if you get a lot of elk move into the forest, you're going to have a lot of people chasing them. So that's a tough one. And we can take a crack at it here, but I'm not sure we're going to solve that one.
Okay. So, so we might not be able to solve everything, but it might be a tie to say, if we do improve the habitat, really thinking about what that does overall. So that might be paired nicely with that in a potential recommendation. So Scott, then Brent, and then I think Aaron dropped off, but we'll do a break after Brent and then maybe circle back to Aaron.
I think Scott just left his hand up.
Oh, is that what happened? He's not responding or froze.
I'll start talking and see.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay. Yep, Scott's
Sorry
off.
about that. I just left it up.
Yeah, and I just saw him in a line. I apologize. Thank you. Brent and then Aaron.
So quick summary and one addition. It's pretty clear we want to make public land more desirable habitat. We recognize it's multifactorial. habitat restoration improvements, season structures, and managing human pressures. The thing, if we're making a list of trying to make public land more desirable for the elk to remain there, don't forget the predators that are there 365 days a year. I know Mark is probably upset. Maybe he'll have some comments, but if we're going to try to regulate human pressure and improve habitat, as long as they're getting pressure year round from other predators, that also makes that land less desirable for the elk to stay on there. So if we make a recommendation on making public land more desirable for elk, we should probably address overall answer on how we feel about predator management on those lands. That's all I got.
Appreciate it. I put predators, seasons, and hunting pressure down too. So captured those three just so that you know that, Brent. Aaron, and then we'll take a 5-minute.
Yep, just again, sounding like a broken record with what's already being said here with Heath and Scott. You know, again, on the condition of our national forests, everything else, elk historically before Western expansion was a prairie animal. We all know that. And you're not going to push them to somewhere where they don't want to remain. So all I needed to say.
Perfect. Thank you. Okay. So I've captured those notes. Let's take a 5-minute break and then we'll circle back after that. Welcome back, Scott. Slowly.
I've got nowhere else to be and nothing else to do, so I could just go sit here and visit with you guys. Are you feeling totally overwhelmed and drowning in this yet?
It's pretty good. It's pretty good conversation, right?
I enjoy the conversation part.
I have to say that I mean, looking at what you guys have done so far, I'm really impressed with it. I mean, you know, I know that at times when you guys are mired down in process that you don't feel like you've done a whole lot. But if you look at those slides that Kimberly put together, that's all you, and that's a lot of stuff out there. So I'm pretty impressed with it. I hope you guys are feeling like you have been accomplishing stuff, because I think you have. You need to fine tune it still, but you guys got a lot down on paper.
I told my wife the other day, I said, what do you think I think about when I'm walking through, you know, doing miles of fence or sitting in the swather for 12 hours a day? I mean, it's pretty easy to come up with weird ideas.
It's always fun. Looking forward to hearing more of those then. So let's let folks come on back. So how do you guys feel about this so far?
Good.
Good. Okay.
I like how today's going. I feel like we're coming up with some stuff that, you know, we can deal with.
Okay. Starting to make progress. So where do you want to go from here?
Do you feel like we're done with this?
You tell me. Ian?
I guess maybe as a recommendation of the you know, increasing harvest on public land. You know, like I said, I think there's, you know, maybe a little bit of a distinction there between bull and cow, but I guess maybe I'd kind of put a motion to second what Brent just left off with, that as a recommendation to get, you know, better harvest on public land. We do need to, it's not everywhere in the state, but there are some areas in the state that are, you know, drastically impacted by predation, and we need to have predation as a, I guess that would be my recommendation, that we put address predation as one of the action items, so you can get the 100,000 or 100 and, well, I don't know, we're probably 200,000 people from Kalispell now to not go down and put pressure on your guys' public lands. So,
and so recommendation being FWP address predation.
Yeah.
Okay. Heath, Matt, Scott.
I guess my question is specifically for Ian, or anybody else, I guess. What else can we do for predation? We've got about every tool in the book to kill wolves right now. They're just hard to kill. And the guys that are good at it, you know, are killing some, but it's tough. And then we kill a pile of black bears. Obviously, we can't touch grizzly bears, but I'm just curious if anybody has any ideas on what else can be done.
So maybe that might be a small step outside of the scope. Let's not jump into wolf management here as well, but how about we put a pin in it and say addressing predation at this point in time, and maybe leaving that open for a further discussion, because that might be a long conversation. But I also see that Deb has popped on camera, so I will defer to her as well.
Yeah, no, I'll jump in, because I think you know, address predation is a recommendation, but you know, honestly, I would like to see more specifics. You know, you guys got into you started getting into specifics with, you know, looking at season settings, and I think maybe you need to, you know, even dive in a little bit deeper. And I'll talk about Idaho at the end of this meeting, what kind of recommendations they came up with. But you know, I'm not saying obviously killing more wolves is or is not the answer, but I'm saying is if you all as a group want to address predation, I think we need more than that, because I forgot who just pointed it out. Maybe it was Heath. You know, we have every tool in the book right now that we could use to kill wolves, and our harvest did not go up this year with all these additional tools. So if you guys have out of the box ideas, or thinking out of the box ideas, then, you know, have at it. You know, brainstorm a list and put it out there, see what sticks. But you know, I think we need a little bit more than that, because we're trying. You know, we're doing everything we can. That all the tools that the legislature has given us, we're employing right now. So if there are other ideas, definitely, you know, flesh them out and bring them.
I guess that I 100% agree with the comments that there needs to be some more specifics there. Sorry about the train in the background. Work in the ghetto.
I was wondering where it was. It's like, where's got the train?
Anyway, yeah, I think there needs to be specifics on that, but I want that to be a line item that is, you know, earmarked for future discussion. Because there, you know, like Deb said, the you know, the wolf harvest actually went down last year with there was some increase in opportunities, but then at the last second, you know, the wolf regulations were drastically changed, and there was a lot of the stuff that would allow, you know, an increased harvest ended up you know, that stuff got taken back off the table. So there really wasn't any change in areas where wolves are from last year to this year, other than maybe some increased quotas when you combine hunting and trapping. So anyway, I'd love to get into a lot of that stuff in greater detail, but just don't want that to get overlooked, I guess.
Perfect. Let's do Matt, Scott. Wait, you guys all moved on me. Let's go with Matt first.
Okay, so my comment is kind of along the lines, like Chuck brought up a potential restriction to access, and like Ian talked about, and a lot of people that I've talked to, that the quality of the hunt is maybe more of a priority for people than just access. And I think it's something that we need to discuss. Like maybe we need to put some limitations on the general elk tags. Maybe we break it up by region, you limit it, you know, because we've proven over time that issuing more tags and more access really doesn't translate into killing more elk, and it definitely doesn't translate into a quality hunting experience. And that's what everybody's complaining about, is everywhere they go, it's a bad experience. So the only way to combat that is would have to be some restrictions. And from the people I talk to, the public is fairly, I mean, the guys I talk to anyway are fairly in favor of something like that. So I think it's worth discussion.
Perfect, Matt. So we'll jump to quality access shortly. I think that's the next one that we're probably going to jump to. So I jotted that down. Okay, Scott.
Yeah, again, I don't want to get away from what Matt just said. I think that's a great conversation, but I wanted to address something that Ian said. And in particular, I mean, I'd really like to know what it is that we could do to help, you know, Ian and the guys in Northwest Montana. I mean, specifically like Ian, how can we get you guys more elk up there? I mean, is a relocation program realistic or feasible, or is it on the table? I mean, how can we get more elk back into Northwest Montana?
If Brent can figure out a rapid test for disease, I'm 100% serious. This is not a joke. Myself and all of my buddies that are horse people, stock owners, whatever, we will go down. If you can round these elk into catch pens instead of, you know, we can go down to Druska's place or whatever, you know, if you can figure out some sort of test to show that these elk are negative, we will take our horse trailers and we will bring them, we will take them and we will put them on the landscape. I mean, I guess, like, side topic, but just, I don't know, it's been something that's been floating around in my mind for a long time, just like value of an elk. You know, I would say my friends that I've polled that are really into it, you know, I'm probably on the extreme end because I bought horses and did other stuff, but like the annual expense that, you know, the money that I spend annually on hunting is probably honestly in the order of magnitude of $10,000 a year. 5,000, it sounds crazy, but But if you really add up all your fuel, all your time, all your expenses, you know, it's not unreasonable to spend $5,000 a year on your hunting endeavors. If you divide that by, for sake of, you know, round numbers, a 10% success rate on elk, hunters spend $50,000 in Montana to harvest a single elk. So it's one of those things that, like, I feel in Northwest Montana, those, you know, it's like, yeah, great, we kill them off and everywhere else in the state, but like, we want those animals up here. Like we have, Northwest Montana has the playground to sustain an endless supply of elk, and we used to. I mean, it used to be an elk hunting destination. If any of you guys had looked at that stuff that I provided, I mean, Flathead National Forest sustained 4,000 to 6,000 elk annually. Now our objective is 1,000 elk lower than what there used to be upwards of 1,800 elk harvested. We now have an objective of, I think, of around 800 animals on the Flathead National Forest. It's just, I don't know. I mean, granted, it's not the major focus of this group, but boy, we've got public land coming out our ears in Northwest Montana. We could take a ton of the pressure off of other parts of the state that's causing the elk to you know, move on to private land. The guys that are up in Northwest Montana were used to battling alders and yew brush and thick country and horrible stuff. So we go down to other parts of the state and we waylay them on, you know, Dillon. There's more Kalispell plates in Dillon than there is anywhere else, you know. So anyway, I'm rambling, but
so if I might jump in, Ian, and Matt, and I don't want to take any time away from Scott, Stephanie, and Heath, who have their hands up, but I also don't want you guys to go down a rabbit hole. So, you know, you acknowledged, Ian, you know, disease, and honestly, moving elk is not feasible right now. It's just not, because of brucellosis, but more importantly, really CWD. There, you know, we can test for brucellosis, but we don't hold the elk for long, waiting for the tests to come back. CWD is a much bigger issue, moving that around the state right now. There's not a real test for that. So, and then, you know, you're saying that you have lots of room for elk, but they're not there. And so I think that's the other thing that needs to be looked at is why elk are not thriving there. You know, instead of just dumping elk there and it may or may not work despite disease, you know, why have they declined in numbers? And I think that's a big question too. Even if there wasn't a disease concern, you know, what can we do to improve the habitat, to take pressure off elk and keep them there? But honestly, you know, we don't want to put any limits on you guys in terms of recommendations, but this is one that's not feasible because we just really can't move disease around the state.
Yeah, and I 100%. I mean, I'd love to see it. I guess you know, the disease factor is a huge consideration, and I don't, you know, after listening to more of the intricacies of things, I 100% agree with that and wouldn't necessarily provide that as a recommendation. In Northwest Montana, it's very, very, very simple. We don't manage our forests, and we have an overabundance of predators. You can draw the line there. That explains everything you need to know in Northwest Montana.
Thanks, Ian. So we might focus in on a recommendation, not necessarily of relocating elk, but maybe what can we do to ensure that those elk in that area really survive and thrive. So maybe something along the lines of that, considering that hunting pressure, the predator pressure, and the seasons as well. So we might, that might be a space that we really dive in deeply. Let's get Scott, Stephanie, Heath, and then Race. So Scott.
So I know we spent a lot of time on transferable tag, and I'm not an attorney, but I was sitting here on my computer. And 87-104 says, when authorized by the Commission for game management purposes, they may issue more than one A9 resident elk license or elk B tag. So the Fish and Game Commission has the authority, so that if they wanted to, without changing laws, you wouldn't need a transfer. I think an easy way to do it, without changing laws and make a transferable tag, have it. So I could buy 3 cow tags if I wanted. And I guarantee I know 3 people that would take a cow if I shot a cow. And so it's already in statute that you could do that, or Fish and Game can, or when the commission authorizes it. So you could not call it a transferable tag, but you could say, hey, a hunter's allowed to kill like 5 cows if you wanted. And I know 5 people, I mean, people are constantly asking me for elk meat. I just don't give it to them. Next is, I know Chuck brought it up too, is they changed the criminal trespass law this last legislative session, I believe it was, so that if somebody's hunting, fishing, or trapping and they're trespassing, they automatically lose their license upon conviction for 24 months. So the law is there for both these things to happen. It just needs enforcement. So just food for thought. So we could probably put that on the table, and we could recommend to the commission to say, hey, make it an option for a hunter to have more than a chance to shoot more than 1 cow at a time, because there's people that are going to get it done, and then push for more enforcement.
Thank you. Okay. Jotted both of those down. Thank you, Scott. So let's get Stephanie, Heath, Race, and then Scott. Oh, Deb, did you come? Stephanie, maybe Deb will pop back up. I'm not sure.
Mine is about predator management. So kind of to maybe some ideas around that. I don't know. Deb, is it legal to hunt wolves from a helicopter? I know you can coyotes, so.
Yeah, there federal law, I believe, states we cannot, but there's nothing in the state that says we can't. We've been going back and forth on this, and so we removed it from our regulations. But I would have to check with legal on that. But I'm pretty sure that's been going around the news right now, that it is legal to do. But I have to double check with our legal department on that.
And then the other thing I would say, another recommendation in regards to predator management is you're allowed to bait wolves, but only with 1 pound of bait, which, I mean, I have labs and they can eat a pound of food in about 30 seconds. So maybe increase the bait size. I think that might be helpful.
Thanks. Heath?
Yeah, just a couple things. One, to piggyback off of Matt a little bit. Yeah, I think, some sort of restriction on our general tag is a great option to look at. We heard even today in the comments, guys wanting a more quality hunt, and that's probably a pretty decent option. Also, Scott Van Dyke, you can get multiple elk tags in Montana. You can buy 3 Region 4 cow tags right now, I believe. So yeah, that's already an option.
I didn't know that.
Yes, it is an option in some areas that you can do that, not transfer the tags, but you can actually harvest up to 3 elk.
Maybe thinking about how we promote those permits, those tags, those licenses, those sorts of things might be something that we take into consideration as well. Race, and then Scott. Are you there, Race? Well, let's pass on Race for now, and then circle back and see if we can't get him. So Scott, you want to jump in?
Yeah, I just wanted to, so Scott, you had mentioned, the trespass law enforcement, and another one I wondered if we could have a conversation about is maybe closing the loophole on food plots. I know in the regs that food plots are not legal, and yet I've been told that game wardens do not make any attempt to enforce that. And I think there's ways to enforce that. And I think that eliminating that might help move elk around also. And I have some ideas as far as how to look at enforcement if we want to have that conversation. But.
Great. Thanks, Scott. So yes, Matt.
Just on that food plot deal, I mean, that's some touchy ground. What's a food plot? What are you telling somebody they can and can't do on their private land? I mean, you're just definitely into some very, it's very questionable of what a definition of a food plot would be, and are they going to be litigating every, like we raise cover crops for our cattle in the winter. and it's, it's like a giant food plot. It's so I don't know. I just think that there's a lot to that, and there's a reason that they're probably not going after a lot of those food plot issues.
Sure. So, I mean, just really quick on that, I think that I think if you don't have a lease with a farmer or a rancher, or you don't have a lease with anyone that runs cows, and you don't have a brand registered in your name, and you're planting 100 acres of oats every year, that's a food plot. I think there's ways to look at that. You and I could take a game warden in here right now and go, hey, I have these brands registered in my name. I'm clearly a cattle producer. I'm planting these for cows. If you don't have any of those things and you own ground and you're doing a bunch of planting, I think you could find a way where you say clearly this is intended to bring in wildlife. But on the flip side, if that's a deal breaker for the group, as far as
Can I just jump in before race? I'm sorry, because I wanted to make sure I'm correct, give you guys correct information. So I've been texting with legal. So I was right in saying federal law prohibits hunting from an aircraft. That's not just wolves, it's just hunting from an aircraft. So there is a federal regulation that prohibits that.
Thank you, Deb. And then I'm just going to let you know, Scott, you are frozen in place. So if you can hear us, you are stuck as you are. Hopefully you have audio to some extent.
Scott Tinklenberg, not Scott Van Dyken.
Real quick on that, Deb, federal law also prohibits marijuana and it's legal in Montana. Just because it's illegal federally on FWP, does that mean you can't do it here?
State law does not prohibit it, but federal law does, and we're kind of caught in a gray area right now.
So maybe a point of discussion, we'll see what we can do in that space. Let me just touch and see if we've got Race back, and then Stephanie. Race, are you back?
Yeah, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Sorry, we're having internet issues down here. So, yeah, I've been listening, just kind of bouncing in and out a little bit. But I think, the one thing I guess I'd like to bring up, and hopefully, it's not new, and hopefully you guys didn't cover it while I was bouncing in and out here. But I think we have to make a distinction between hunting and harvesting. And, and I think all of that, and I just think we've got to have tools when we're trying to manage these herds that are way over objective that don't really apply to, the masses, if you will, and the most units. Just wanted to bring that out again. Obviously, you guys have mentioned lots of good ideas today. I've enjoyed the discussion, but, maybe just to piggyback a little bit, on a recent comment, I think it was Matt, but talked about the quality of the hunt situation and on how do we go about improving that, especially in areas like us, because the motivation is still to harvest a lot of elk during the general season. And I think, that's been the policy for a long time. And so how can we do that and still not have, like Ian says, everybody from Kalispell and everywhere else lining the fences as we're trying to do a damage hunt. And so I wholeheartedly agree that we've got to do some things. There's going to probably have to be some limitations to make that happen on how many people can be on public land. But I don't think that's going to be very palatable to the sportsmen. But, how do we get their buy-in on that? So just a comment, I guess.
Thank you, Race. Stephanie had her hand up. So let's circle back to Stephanie and then Ian.
I don't have anything, sorry. I clicked the wrong one.
No worries. Okay, Ian.
I guess I'd like to say, I really appreciate Race's point of view, and I kind of like to hear more from you, Race, on, I guess, depredation and issues with elk. Is it, is it the elk eating, I'm sure it varies throughout the course of the year, but just kind of, explaining what the problems are throughout the year. Is it elk actually eating the, alfalfa out of the fields? Is it a haystack issue in the winter? Is it, or is it, also, I guess, in the winter, is it elk overgrazing your pasture lands that you have some stubble on that you're trying to save for the cows, or like, getting a little bit better idea to come up with, because fences have been brought up before. I mean, I'd love to see some, if fences help, take some money from the block management thing or something to, construct a few fences as opposed to, getting rid of the animal. I don't know. Just be interested to hear more on what the issue is for you.
Well, if I reply, sorry to jump in here, but it's kind of all of the above, and I guess the big one is cost, obviously, and on the thousands of animals that we can have in our pivots. I mean, literally, and I'm not exaggerating there at all. That's a big one, but we are surrounded by a lot of public land as well, and we utilize it. And our private lands are checkerboarded through lots of country, and we allow public access, and in most of it in general, but we just can't. It can't be a free for all everywhere, right? There's just certain areas that we can't, and so as we have areas that, yes, we're trying to set aside some winter feed to run our operation and do things. It isn't haystacks, it's pasture, but to run kind of a couple thousand freeloaders is tough to do, right? And so, not that we don't want to see elk and we want to do anything, and we've tried the fence route. Right here at a cost of $20,000 a mile, we've put in 10, 12 miles just to try to detour things. But the big problem is I've watched especially the whitetail and even elk clear 16-foot fence. Now, yeah, they take top wires with them, but I don't think fence is the answer. I don't think it's that palatable to me. But it might be what we end up doing. And I think it'll be kind of ugly if that happens. And I think maybe one situation that I might share with you that might help the way you think. And I mean, I've enjoyed your discussion about shoulder seasons and how they're effective in some areas. Our late season, we call it a disbursement hunt that we have tried here in the past, works once the public pressure's off. We get those elk kind of dispersed and they get back up into country if it's open. But like Chuck said, if there's a foot of snow up high, we can't keep them off by then. And once these elk are in big groups, they don't act like elk anymore. And there's just a lot of little issues. And, the big thing, we sure want to acknowledge that we do want to harvest some elk, and we want to, get some of these antlerless elk killed, and we want to start making a dent, at least in the recruitment of the next crop. But at the same time, we've got to increase opportunities for success during the general season as well. And I mean, it kind of doubles our effect. And so we acknowledge all that. But how do we do that? And it's been talked about. It's just a real big challenge that doesn't matter how much pressure we put on them. Once again, we can kill hundreds of cow elk off of these pivots during the season, but that's still a lot less pressure than what they're seeing on public land, and they get ran right back to us. So, Ian, if you've been down here, you've seen it. And whenever there's a group of elk like that, I mean, the hunters are one thing, but there's twice as many just looky-loos too. And they're part of the issue, at least on moving them, because I mean, I see just as many people that are just wanting to see a big herd of elk as I do hunters. So it's a complicated issue.
think that last statement summarizes it. It's a very complicated issue. So there's a lot of issues on the land. Hunters and landowners experience with elk. Druska, you have your hand up, so I want to acknowledge that.
I had a question for Deb. When Ryan Zinke did that order, executive order out of the Department of Interior for wildlife migration corridors. So there's 5 designated areas in Montana. Do we have to be concerned with any of that, or any regulations or whatever that you guys are doing with those areas?
I don't think so. That's a really good question, Druska. I've been pretty involved in that, and I can't think of anything that would impact that. Of course, if you guys come up with recommendations and we bump up against that, we'll deal with it then, but I really can't think of anything that would impact your recommendations.
Okay, thanks.
And to circle on that note too, when we do start fine-tuning our recommendations, we might want to consider giving Deb maybe not on the spot in every meeting saying if this is feasible or not, but also give her the opportunity to circle back with her troops and see if she can give us a more robust answer too. So I think that we'll have that flow of communication throughout the process as well.
And I do text people during the meeting frequently to verify information. So
yeah, Deb is really on it. She's trying her best. We might need to give her a little bit of flexibility when we get into the specifics of recommendations too, but we'll try to make sure we have that grace. Race, do you still have your hand up? But let's acknowledge Ian and then circle back if you have your hand up for something.
I guess, yeah, this is kind of just continuing the back and forth between Race and I guess, what's your opinion, Race, as far as it's pretty open-ended, pretty free for all down in your area as far as cow hunting on public land. If somebody can correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe that you're allowed to harvest a cow with your A tag, and then it's not guaranteed, but it's probably about an 80% draw success to get a second B tag in your area. My buddies that from Kalispell and whatnot that go down to Dillon to fill their freezers will probably hang me for saying this, but I can't help but wonder if that cow elk harvest on public land isn't the reason why a lot you're seeing so many elk show up on your haystacks and whatnot, because there's just so much public land hunting pressure. And I'm just, I guess, wondering, do we, although we're killing elk, is it, I don't know, we kill 10 elk, but we end up pushing 20 elk onto your property. What's your opinion? Do you feel like you would rather have the antlerless harvest on public land, or do you think that that's maybe creating some of the issue on your property?
I guess I'd like, I have a good relationship with the biologist, and so he's in our area, I feel like, and one thing, I have a ton of faith in the numbers that he shows me. And I just feel like, although they were not reported in what we got back here in the notes, it seemed like our regions were not involved in that, at least the way I read the data. But I know I go off their check stations. I see what I see when I'm out on the landscape. But I'm going to tell you that the hunters that come down here on this tag, they'll shoot every branch antler bull before there's one cow killed. And I don't see a ton of cows harvested on the public land around us. I'm early in the season, put it that way. Now later in the season, you get down to the last couple of weeks, it seems like people are filling the freezer. But I think there's just a difference throughout the season with what happens. But hunter success, kind of follows the storms too. And, I think weather really changes things. And I think, honestly, even though it's not really part of our toolbox, the number of hunters that we have during archery season affect the placement of these elk. And I think they're a real factor. I used to blame it on the wolves, and the biologist told, he was real adamant that know what you're saying is first day of archery season's when them elk start showing up. And, you know, I start thinking of it a little different and watching the archery season a little bit more, and he's right. And even though we have the wolves, and I guess I'm not trying to play devil's advocate, but you know, largely within our livestock operation, as many wolves as we have down here, we don't have a lot of problems. And I think it's because the elk, you know, fill that void for us. But once again, what would it look like if those wolves weren't eating any elk? What would our numbers be like then? So to some degree, they cause us some problems. But I think especially in your country that's a little more dense and thick, out here in the open, I think it's, you know, the wolves probably don't cause our elk as much problems as they might where, you know, the wolves can get in a little closer and a little easier. But I'm sure no expert there. I don't know if I answered your question, Ian, but I tried to.
Well, that was, it was interesting to, you know, hear, I guess. I mean, to me, maybe, I mean, it sounds like, even though, you know, I love, you know, getting out for 3 months out of the year, you know, I mean, do you pitch it to the group to help what's going on down there? Do you, you know, because there are so many hunters on the landscape now, we have to acknowledge that, our, you know, populations are exploding. I mean, do you put in, you know, okay, for still allowed to hunt archery and rifle, but maybe you pick when you get your general tag, you pick the first 2 weeks of archery, and you break it into, you know, 2-week sections, and your rifle tag, you know, your general tag is only good for, you know, 2 weeks or something. I don't know. I mean, that's a really hard pill for me to swallow, and it's crazy to even say that, but like, I think you're right in the, you know, the amount of pressure that you're seeing down there is what's causing the elk to show up on your private.
So from this,
maybe can you hear?
please.
I got one thing that was I will pass on. So I've talked to a couple of the local groups, the Outdoors Association, and you know, with people that we've utilized in our damage hunts, and not really, I guess, official sportsman group, but I'm sure the guys that have been involved in our harvest. And you're not going to like this one, Ian, but I'm going to throw out their thoughts when I mentioned, you know, you got any ideas what would be palatable on how to handle, you know, that added pressure, you know, like some type of restriction. And the first thing they say is, you know, give the locals more preference on it first. You know, they would accept only if not all the time, right? And so, you know, that stuff, you know, that's big time changes. But you know, that's
Race, it's really hard to hear you. I think you said give increased pressure, preference to the locals, but that's the last that I caught from you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, faintly.
Is it better? Sorry.
Yes.
Yeah. So that's what the local groups. I don't have the answer, but I know one of the local groups that I talked to, there was just in meeting, and I'm going to go to their actual meeting here, you know, first part of June. But that was the idea that some of their organizers feel like would be the only way that they would support any type of restriction on season length and different things like that. And so, yeah, just an opinion. I asked them to write something up formal, but I don't know if that answers your question again, Ian, but that was their thoughts.
I mean, yeah, I'm not wild about it, but I think it's a discussion. I think we need to have that tough discussion, because we're at a point with the amount of people that are on the landscape. We either just all agree that, you know, elk hunting is going to suck for the public land hunter, and there's, you know, we're going to push all the elk onto private land, or we consider limiting access, or, you know, my ultimate preference is that we, you know, increase, you know, forage quality to try to get those elk motivated to, you know, utilize public more. But I don't know. I mean, it sucks, but I think we're at that point in time where geez, we need to have that tough conversation. I mean, you can't just keep adding pressure and expect to have a good experience. Like like Matt's saying, it doesn't work that way. So
it seems we're slightly transitioning to.
Go ahead. Sorry.
I'm sorry. You keep breaking up, so I keep thinking you're done. I'm sorry. Are you done again? Okay, I'm sorry. So it seems like we're switching into a little bit of that quality access, and I see you, Stephanie and Chuck. Let me just summarize two things that I think that we need to start considering as we move forward. So when we develop our recommendations, maybe we need to start thinking about what are those unintended consequences as moving forward. So are our methods, whatever we're implementing, encouraging elk to be pushed onto private lands? That might be a key thing that we do need to start thinking about. Another factor that we've discussed, and we haven't quite really dived deep into it, but it's really about the hunting experience. I think Grace is kind of dancing on this idea of the hunt for harvest, or what's the purpose of the hunt in particular, but really encouraging those cow hunts. What does that look like? Are there incentives in order to do that? And what would that look like? I think that's two things that we should start thinking about in particular. Let me just get Stephanie and then Chuck, and then we'll transition conversation.
I want to just agree with Race on some of that stuff, that there is such an increase in the archery pressure. And that is why I think it is very critical to keep those archery permits limited, not opening them up unlimited. I think that that's a big problem, is just opening up those archery permits unlimited just puts so much pressure. Archery is really, really, really gaining a lot of steam. And just it really puts a lot of pressure on the landscape right out the gate. And again, it's not an effective management tool. So it's not, the success rate for an archery hunter to get harvestable is extremely low. So again, it shouldn't be a way that we look at managing elk. It's more of a sportsman. Again, the quality of hunt, it's something archers enjoy, is going out there and not getting run over by a sea of orange or other people out there, so to speak.
Thank you. And then Chuck.
Yeah, so maybe an alternative to that, I'd like to throw this out. Instead of limiting opportunity, limiting numbers of people, and FWP wouldn't really like this idea, but and we may not either. But I want to throw it out there. How about that you pick your area and pick your time slot, and FWP set quotas on those that are reasonably high, but so we don't have a bunch of people going into down to Race's place down there and smothering that bunch of elk, and in other areas there's hardly anybody. We could spread the people. We talk about redistributing elk. Maybe what we need to do is redistribute the people a little bit. So I'd like to throw that out there. Pick your area and pick your time slot, and just see what the comments are on that.
Sounds good. I jotted that one down, Chuck, for you. Heath?
Yeah, so just to clarify on that, Chuck, are you talking pick your area as far as a general tag goes? I'm assuming as far as like region 3, region 4, that type of deal. Is that what you're referring to?
No, I'm talking more restrictive than region. I'm talking about hunting district even. And your time, yeah, I'm getting pretty specific. So if you want to hunt for 2 weeks, and maybe if one district is too small, but you want to hunt and have like 2-week blocks. So you want to hunt archery season, you want to hunt archery elk for 2 weeks in 417. Okay, that's it, buddy. That's where you're hunting. You're not going to go over and hunt for 2 weeks in 580. I know that's kind of outside the box, but that's what we're here for. We ought to think about something like that a little bit.
So in response to that, I think the picking your district is a great option. I think, if we had to go to that for every unit, I think that'd be a decent way to, limit that. My concern would be limiting it to, say, 2 weeks. And my only reason for that is I've been to Colorado, I've been to Utah, I've hunted a bunch of these states. And when you have, like in Colorado, when I was, on some of those seasons, there's 7 days or 9 days, and you hunt you have a 7 day time period. Everybody's hunting. You pack whatever it may be, 10,000 people into that 7 day time period. Cause there's no, I'm going to wait for the weather. I'm going to go to the Grizz game this weekend. There's none of that involved. And so you end up with an insane amount of pressure. And I mean, in Colorado, I'll see more people in a week of hunting than I will in Montana in the entire season. It's nuts. Now, I'm not saying we shouldn't limit it to maybe like you were an archery hunter or you're a rifle hunter.
Okay.
Maybe pick that aspect of it. But as far as limiting to a region or a district, I think that's a great option. I think make people choose where they want to hunt. Don't, it's tough. We're talking elk, and you see it in elk for sure, especially in the general units specifically, but mule deer is a real prime example. We got guys going from region 4 to region 7 to region 6 in a matter of 4 days. We're bouncing all over the state. I think it'd be a great option to look at.
So yeah, if I could jump in, Kimberly, since I started it, I kind of like your thought there. And I did think of that earlier. Instead of picking your time slot, pick your weapon.
Yeah.
So you pick your area, pick your hunting district, and pick your weapon. So let's continue on with that discussion.
Okay, so pick your hunting district, and then pick your weapon, and then set quotas based off FWP, set quotas based off of that. So we'll put that as an item. We've got a lot of hands raised. Heath, I don't know if you have your hand raised again. Okay, so let's go Matt, Stephanie, then Scott, then Brent. Oh, you guys moved again. Matt first.
Yeah, I guess I would just like to throw support to what you're talking about, Chuck. That we keep this conversation going, because I think this is very valid. And I think that it needs to be really looked at for mule deer in particular. Like if we can kind of iron this out and come up with something here, that they kind of got a framework to work off for the mule deer. Because we're just seeing, not to get off track here, but the mule deer are taking a beating as a result of a lot of the elk policies. People come out to hunt elk and they don't see any elk, so they all shoot a mule deer on the way out the door. And I love the idea of choose your region or however we want to identify maybe these districts, maybe we don't need to be stuck within the identified districts. Maybe that's something that you look at from a maybe more specific, look at where the elk are, and maybe we aren't limited to the boundaries right now. And, but I really do like choose your unit, choose your weapon. So.
Highlighted this one as top of the ranks here. So Stephanie, then Scott, then Brent, and Druska. Stephanie?
I would agree. I think making it hunt your district, hunt your weapon would be a good way to distribute it. I also am not an advocate for breaking up the season into chunks. I think that'll just cause some chaos and again, make it more like Colorado, which I've heard nothing but complaints about Colorado's structure. One of the beautiful things about Montana is we do have longer seasons, but I think people would be willing to go, hey, I'm either hunting 5 weeks archery or 5 weeks rifle. I think people would be amenable to that. I also think, we're getting to the point where everybody in Montana, non-residents, residents, landowners, sportsmen, we all need to start realizing we might not get a bull tag every year. And that's unfortunate. I love hunting bulls every year. I like having that tag in my pocket, but I think we're getting overcrowded, and I guess we have to share the resource. So.
Thank you, Stephanie. So let's get Scott, Brent, Druska, and then Heath.
Yeah, Matt, you're spot on. Mule deer are taking it on the chin because we can't get our elk under control in a terrible way. I just wanted to clarify a few things with Chuck. We're talking about bull tags, right? So if we're going to pick a region, pick a weapon, that's for a general tag. we could still travel the state for cows. Would that be, I mean, that would work good in my mind. And then as far as the talking about picking our districts, you know, districts are small. I know the state's already divided into regions. Is regions too big to say pick your region? Or I mean, that's just a question. I don't have a preference, but you know, we have those two options. We have districts, we have regions. So we could look at either of those.
Yeah, I see. I don't know. I'm not an authority on this, and so I don't know what would work. I'm just thinking this is something we maybe need to brainstorm, talk around a little bit, get some feedback from the sounding board, and so forth. But there's something here maybe that we're not doing that maybe could be a step in the right direction. Look, I don't want to restrict people too much. That's, you know, our FWP shouldn't be a Gestapo, and you know. But on the other hand, we need to figure out a way to manage our elk a little bit better. And I think before you redistribute elk, you got to redistribute the people. And that's what I'm talking about doing.
Thanks, Chuck. So let's get Brent, then Druska, then Heath, Ian, Stephanie.
I think Chuck's got a good idea there. It's supported. Pick your weapon. This has been done in different states with some success. Montana's likely going to resist this because they have before when it's come up. They like their opportunity for their 10-week season. But as a member, I'm impressed with the support we're getting from the group of 12. So this is one where the sounding board's probably really going to be useful because there's a number of folks on that, you know, 250. But myself, yeah, pick your weapon, pick your hunting unit.
Okay. Perfect. Druska?
So I guess I have a couple questions, Chuck. If you want to redistribute the hunters, are you talking people like so many people go out for this 2 weeks and so many people go out for this 2 weeks? I'm a little unclear.
No, I don't think, you know, I did mention time slot, and that doesn't seem like that's going to be favorable. But if you just, if you limit your weapon, then you've already redistributed people because you've taken
Gotcha.
a bunch of rifle hunters and
like
would have gone, you know, if they didn't kill their elk archery, which like Stephanie said, your chances of killing elk archery are pretty low. Odds are pretty low there. So then you go rifle hunting. So, you know, that in itself redistributes people.
Okay. And then I just had a quick comment. If you thought a unit was too small, you could do 2 units within the same region that are close together or something.
Yeah, you could. That would have to be, we'd have to investigate that a little bit and talk that around. Because one, like, you know, in this area, you might want to hunt, you know, if you want to hunt the Crazy Mountains, you might want to hunt in 2 hunting districts. And interestingly enough, some of these hunting districts that join each other are in different regions. One side of this mountain, region 5, and the other side is region 3. Well, you might want to say, well, I want to hunt 2 districts because that elk goes over the ridge, still on public ground. I'd like to go over the ridge. And so we don't want to get too restrictive, but
got it.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
Thanks.
Let's do Heath, Ian, and then Stephanie.
So kind of what Brent said there, I think it would be a good one to put out to the sounding board and get their general feel on it. And even if it's not something we have to incorporate all at once, perhaps it's something where, you know, the first couple of years it's pick your district, and then from there we go to restrict your weapon, or vice versa. Also, if you did something to where the hard part's going to be, there's units in this state that are pretty tough to elk hunt in general. And so you're going to have, if you limit it to those units, you're probably going to have herd impacts in the fact that we're not going to kill as many cows as we need to in certain units and things like that. If you did something to where it was at least by the region, then, you know, it would give people that ability, you know, like if we limit it to archery, and I've got region 3, at least then, you know, if if I'm into elk in one area and whatever, I'm headed down there and I run into some other elk, you can hunt them. I don't think you want to get into the issue of, now we've got a booming population because nobody wants to hunt elk in region, whatever, 320. So like I said, I guess my thing would be to open it to the sounding board and maybe not implement it all at once or even throw it out there all at once. Just maybe it's to start by picking your weapon, or maybe it's to start by picking your season. I'm or your region. I'm up with, I'm open for ideas there, but I think it's a sounding board option for sure.
Thanks, Heath. Okay, so maybe stages with implementation too, something to consider. So Ian, then Stephanie.
Yeah, just a couple discussion points. One, implications. I think like this discussion, I think is one that needs to be had. I think it's going to be one of the more painful discussions that takes place regarding hunting, but I think it's something that we need to have an honest discussion on. But in that, I think we need to just look at implications to law enforcement, because this could, it could turn into, they're already stretched thin, all these extra rules, could turn into a disaster. That, I was thinking the region thing might be decent, but what's your guys' thoughts? I don't know that would actually, it could probably have unintended consequences with, you're going to see, I guarantee everybody from Kalispell, they're going to come down. They're going to show up in races backyard. That's where they're going to pick. They're going to pick region, whatever. It used to be 324. I don't know what it is now. They're going to pick that region. That's where they're going to show up to hunt. And, so it could end up, areas where there are, good elk populations with public access or, public land, that could definitely, really explode pressure in some of those areas. So I guess where I'm going with that is the pick your weapon is really about the only thing that I see that actually limits pressure, because it divides me as opposed to me hunting, 12 weeks out of the year. Now I'm hunting 6 weeks out of the year. So that's a direct limit of pressure, and that might, better accomplish what we're talking about, as opposed to still 12 weeks out of the year, still as many hunters on the landscape, just, more concentrated and less concentrated. Pick your weapon is the only thing that would actually limit number of individuals on the landscape during general season.
Thank you, Ian. Stephanie, then Matt.
So just to kind of rehash this out, they're doing this in some districts right now. Some of the rifle districts and some of the archery districts went to hunt your district. You can't hunt any other district if you put that down. So that's kind of new this year. And again, they have limits on them. So it does kind of control the control where people are. So there isn't just an unlimited number of 411 or 417 archery permits given out. It is not restrictive to weapons. So as soon as archery season, for instance, and 411 ends, I would be allowed to hunt any other general area. And so I think to make it work where it's pick your region or pick your district, you would have to have limitations on all of them. You would have to put certain quotas on, so that way everybody isn't well, I want to go for this general unit. You would have to cap everything, in which case, again, not everybody would draw a tag every year for a bull. And so that might be resisted by sportsmen. But they are kind of trying it out with some of the archery units this year. So, and it was well received by the bow hunting community that they did put those limits and regional hunt your region. So
thanks, Stephanie. Matt, and then Heath.
Yeah, sort of the same sentiments here. Is just put basically a permit system. I'd say a very liberal permit system, but also I think, instead of us hashing out where the line should be and whatnot, I think that's where your local biologist could take this on, you know, like we're not going to solve anything here, but you hand that off to the biologist. They know where elk herd, you know, like certain elk live in certain groups, and they'd probably do a good job of deciding where those boundaries should be.
Thanks, Matt. I'm going to do something that's maybe dangerous and say possibly if we go with this recommendation, I know that Juska mentioned earlier requiring a biologist, possibly a facilitator, and the landowners to come together and set the seasons and what they're trying to achieve. That might be something else that we maybe think about how those recommendations could pair together too. That was just a connection that I drew, but not necessarily something you have to do. Just wanted to make sure that was highlighted based off of what Matt said. Heath, Chuck, and then Stephanie.
Stephanie keeps bringing this up as far as people not having a bull tag every year. And that might be the incentive we need to have people actually hunt cow elk. Because if I draw a bull tag and I get a B tag right now, unless a cow is standing on the road, I'm not even looking at a cow elk till I knock a bull down. And if that takes 7 days or 39, it doesn't really matter to me. But if I don't have a bull tag, I'm going to go hunt elk. So that might, you know, improve the willingness of hunters to go out and try to kill a cow and potentially reduce populations.
So that ties to that incentive. Thanks. Chuck, and then maybe Stephanie. I'm not sure. Chuck.
Yeah. So I just want to be clear. This proposal, the landowner community will be indifferent to it. That it doesn't. I didn't bring it up because it's a big boon to the landowner community, because it's not. It doesn't do anything for the landowner community. But we have an issue of overcrowding. That's one of our problems, I guess, on the sportsman side. We have an issue of elk not being on public land, so we want to try to redistribute those elk. So the point is, the sportsman community is going to have to come forward with some ideas that help their own plight. Yeah, you see what I mean? Mm-hmm. Because landowners won't. They're indifferent about this deal. I don't care. It doesn't make any difference to me. But I do care that our sportsmen have a quality experience. So that's what I just want to be absolutely clear why I brought this to the group.
Thank you. That was a good clarification and good check on staying in scope too, about balancing those interests. It's always good to circle back on that. Are there any other comments before I start winding the meeting down? We've got about a couple more minutes. Okay. How did today go for you guys? Matt's nodding. Scott's either rocking in his chair. Aaron's nodding. Okay, we're nodding. Okay, thank you. That helps. Okay. Juska.
Sorry, that was a little slow.
No.
I think the discussion was really, really good, but I'm sure that there's some frustration that we didn't actually write down a recommendation. But maybe it'll be easier next meeting when we've had all of this discussion. So just a statement mostly.
So I will fully disclose next steps here then. I am almost going to show you my screen, but I don't think I'm going to, because I take shorthand notes when I take notes, and I don't think people are going to look at it. So you'll be like, what did she write there? So I took notes of the conversation that we had. I will listen to the video afterwards and summarize the content as well. So you will have a chunk of the discussion that we have created for the recommendations in particular. I need help from you on this. I need you guys to look over the content. I need you to look over and see and make sure that I have captured the content appropriately and reflecting what you guys are trying to achieve overall, because you guys are the ones who are going to be living with whatever decision comes out from this group, not me. So the stakes are a little bit higher on your end than my end. So please take the time to look over the notes when I send them out to you. And make any tweaks, changes, or adjustments that are necessary for that. So you will have a summary of what was said here today. I do want to start getting to the point where we start looking at we talked a little bit about strategically redistributing in particular, and we have some ideas on recommendations in particular, but I do want to get to the point where we address all of those concerns that we've talked about as of thus far. So improving stakeholder relationships, all of that. And I want to get to the point of starting to compile into this template format where we start thinking about these things, so we can start having our description of what we're trying to achieve overall. What's the purpose? What's the problem we're trying to solve? Who's going to be involved? Are there limitations or unintended consequences that we need to think about? All of that detail. So we're going to start with just sort of getting this big topic down, what our intent is, and a bit of a description. And that's kind of where we are today. So I'll send the information out to you, but I do need you guys to start looking at that information and start providing feedback and comments. So that's my commitment to you, and I'll stop sharing. My question for you is, I'll have the list of information provided. What do you want me to do with it? Other than send it to you guys for review. I'm really getting at the sounding board here, guys, is what I'm trying to really, I know that there's one item that you guys mentioned in particular, sending to the sounding board. Is it only that one item? Is it everything? Do you want to do a first review and then pop down? So Ian, Heath, then Stephanie.
I guess, I mean, it, wouldn't be bad to, throw out kind of all the ideas as a draft, get some, if people want to comment, great. I guess I don't know if it's applicable. Like, I mean, one of the personal things that I recommended was like that type 3 block management idea. I don't know. Maybe I could do some homework on that and try to type up and explain exactly what I'm thinking, trying to draft out, a little bit more concise recommendation. If anybody else has, kind of like a pet item on that list, it wouldn't be, we put an idea out there, but there's, probably a lot of context that, would be helpful to get from the person that suggested the idea. I don't know if that's, by next meeting, if you've suggested something, maybe you come with a typed up thing or something that we could share with the group, in addition to throwing it out to the sounding board for some general comment to get, to help refine those ideas. But not that I'm in favor of homework, but I feel like it maybe is applicable at this point.
So to summarize, send out the list that has been created for the sounding board to get their initial reactions, and simultaneously whoever created the recommendation or who is interested in creating some summary or something along those lines for the recommendation itself, start developing it. A couple of things that I'd want you to know is the sounding board would see a limited version of whatever it may be. And two, you would have to acknowledge if the group does not want to go down that path of whatever recommendation, you've done some work on it and you have to be like, okay, we can step back from it. And I would just want to fully acknowledge that that's a possibility that we might have to embrace as well. So that's kind of the route Ian's proposing. So Heath and then Stephanie.
Yeah, I think we should try to narrow it down to what maybe a couple things that the sounding board could look at this time based on what we talked about. Ian and I have talked, I don't know, a month or so ago about his type 3 idea, and I think it's real solid. But I think I think he's right. I think he needs to put a little bit into writing a little bit, because he explained it to me a lot better than, today. And I think it makes a lot of sense and it has some really good merit. But I think we should take at least a couple ideas, like Chuck's idea of some sort of limitations, whether that be weapons restriction, season dates, regions, whatever it may be, and put that to the sounding board, just see what their general ideas are, general thoughts. So we have some more to go off of there and kind of feel people out. And then maybe throw out the idea of the transferable private landowner tags, or private land only tags. As far as cows go, just to see what the feel is there. And if the sounding board hates it, maybe that's something we need to know. So those two specifically. And then I remember Scott Van Dyken had one earlier, and I can't remember what it was. I just remember him talking about it. Something to do with him.
Yeah, I'll read through my list really quickly, but let's get Stephanie. So he's saying maybe just do a selection to the sounding board to get their feedback. So that one recommendation on the pick your area, pick your weapon, and then maybe that transferable cow tag on private land that was discussed as well, Stephanie.
I was just going to say pretty much the same thing, that there were, in my opinion, I wrote down 6 or 7 kind of ideas that are recommendations. But I think before just throwing all of them out at the sounding board, maybe get some feedback on the ones that might be a little bit more that we need more public feedback on, like the hunts, hunter district, hunter region, choose your weapon, and then those transferable tags, B tags, to be clear.
Yes.
Yeah, so I think we did a good job today, got all that done, so.
Okay. And hopefully we met, I'm trying to find Matt. Matt, he said, get 2 recommendations by today. So hopefully we've got at least, the basis of Chuck's, the pick your weapon, pick your area, and then the transferable tag. So hopefully that meets Matt's standards. Okay, got a thumbs up. We're doing good. We're doing good. Okay. Let me do this is going to be a quick and dirty read through. If there's anything else that I kind of missed, I will clean these up. But if there's anything else you want to send to the sounding board, this is just a quick read through and it's going to sound terrible and I apologize in advance, but let's go for it. So there was a discussion a little bit about promoting the ethical actions, making sure that we do a campaign to improve hunter education, the 3-type block management program, making sure that we reduce pressures on public lands. This was the discussion really about shoulder hunts, shoulder seasons, and then utilizing the dead week, transferable cow tag, promote focused damage hunts. So thinking about the localization and time frame, creating a list of people for those damage hunts, moving the seasons and detaching from mule season in particular. We didn't really flesh that out fully. Requiring a biologist, facilitator, and landowners to come together and set their expectations for the season and what they're trying to achieve. FWP and Forest Service collaborate for the habitat, and a couple areas to consider were the hunting pressures, the predator pressures, and the seasons. And then developing certain strategies for WMAs, like the fencing for certain seasons, or field fencing for when winter comes. And then improve quality hunt on public land, specifically thinking about hunting bulls on public land and then possibly cows elsewhere or something along those lines. That's my quick and dirty read. I apologize. It's not exactly pretty, but I just wanted to highlight. Oh, and I didn't highlight the one of pick your area and your weapon. Are there any others in that very brief run through that you'd want the sounding board to see? And I apologize, that was dirty. Or did I stun you to silence? One of those 2 options happened. Stephanie, you're on mute.
It might be kind of beneficial for all of us who made some of these recommendations today too, to just type them up with a little bit more around it. It is kind of difficult to talk on Zoom sometimes. And so getting a little bit more meat around, if you threw out one of those ideas, sending it to the whole group email and say, hey, this is kind of what I meant by making the damage hunts look this way. I mean, I have, a huge page of notes, but it's really difficult to read when you're in a time crunch.
That's where I'm at in this space, and I don't want to read my notes to you guys publicly. That would be very even dirtier, even uglier. Matt.
I was going to throw that out also. It's like maybe if we want the sounding board to have some input on like a shoulder season versus a damage hunt, or modifying what that damage hunt looks like. It's like some type of a hybrid between the 2. I don't know if we're to that point, if we want to hold off for the next meeting to come up with something that's a little more refined, whether we're just opening a can of worms, throwing it to that many people or not. I don't know. That's just a thought.
Are you guys comfortable if I propose something? Maybe. I'm going to propose anyway. Okay, Druska. Okay.
Well, to Matt's comment, we're going to open the can at some point. So I guess the question is just when do we want to do it? And earlier is better. You've done a lot of work, and then you have to redo your work.
Later is never fun. Okay, so how about this for course of action? Those two in particular, the transferable cow tag on private land and the one of pick your area, pick your weapon, we'll send those to the sounding board. I'll send a summary to you guys first, look it over, provide comments and feedback so I can get that to the sounding board for feedback. I'll do it as just please provide comments, and then and that's going to mean if we get 250 folks responding back, you guys are looking through 250 comments from folks, just FYI. And then the rest of the items I'll summarize briefly. If you want to add extra context, detail, please do so. I am very, very eager and excited to have you guys engaged and look at the content that is provided and change it as necessary for your use. That's my proposal. We'll pause on that because we've got Scott and then Matt. Let's see what they have to say before we say that's good.
Just really, really quick, and I don't want to mess this up. I know we're running out of time, but do we want to change the wording on the transferable tag thing? I'm not sure that's necessary in any hunting districts where we're not over objectives. So to say transferable cow tags on private land in hunting districts that are over objective, that's specifically where I'm looking at that. I don't think it's necessary anywhere else.
Stephanie gave you a thumbs up. Brent gave you a thumbs up. We'll do that, Scott. Okay, we got thumbs up and over objective. Got it, added. Who was the other person who had their hand up? They dropped their hand and I lost them.
It was me. I was just going to say the exact same thing. So
beautiful. Okay. And you will have time to look at what I'm going to send to the sounding board before I send it. So please respond if you don't like something. Stephanie, and then maybe Brent.
I would add that they're not sellable either. I think that that's one thing. If you say that it's transferable, sometimes the public assumes that it means that you're going to be selling them, and they're not sellable, I would say.
Perfect. Added. And when you see the text, please also tweak, add, change, all that fun stuff. Brent.
So there was a little bit of conversation during the pick your weapon, pick your area, and it came up that would be specific to antlered bulls. And I think that needs to be clear in that it would not affect hunting of cow elk in probably areas over objective. We could do there as well if people were on board with that. But there's going to be a lot more acceptance of that pick your weapon, pick your area for bulls if people still have the cow option elsewhere, I think.
Perfect. Thank you, Brent. And then Druska, then Heath.
Oh, I was trying to remember. So the separating mule deer from elk, is that something that we want to throw out there to people at this time, or is that just something we're still thinking on?
So I was kind of going to go with Druska the same thing. I think if we're going to limit weapon type and region, I think that you're going to have to split elk and deer to make the people in Montana even interested in it, because there's very few people in this state that are going to choose region 3 for elk and region 3 for mule deer. I think they'd have to be two separate things. I think you'd have to choose your region or your district, whatever it may be. And
so would that address the issue of people getting, a de facto mule deer because they couldn't get an elk?
I guess it would depend on what they chose for mule deer, but I think there's a lot of people in this state that just head east to hunt mule deer at this point. And our biggest region for elk harvest is still region 3. And so I do think that it would limit, those guys that are in region 3, from just whacking a mule deer because they're getting sick of it.
So how about for a course of action, I'll type up something at this point, just quick yes or no, split or not?
Yeah, split.
Split. Okay. So we'll type that up. And then I want to just say, moving forward, we will fine tune and refine all of these details in particular. Deb, you're off camera.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I get the split part, but I just want to make sure, when Druska said, will this solve the problem of people killing a mule deer if they don't get an elk? And I don't know that this is this group's charge. So just, I guess, be careful there. I mean, I don't know that has anything to do with what is in your charter. So I'm not saying it's not a problem, but I just want to be careful there.
Gotcha. Okay.
Thanks, Deb. Okay, so what I'll do is I'll type up notes, send them out to you guys, please review. And then we'll get those items out to the sounding board in particular. And when this happens, there's the possibility that you will get lots and lots of emails. Please take the time to review those emails. As of currently, we will be sending emails as a blast. So if you guys get emails, communications, things along those lines among each other, please do inform via email, and then we'll make that space in this meeting here to have those conversations and discussions. Last item of housekeeping, and then I will turn it over to Deb. I know she has some items for you. She might have covered some of them. For information sharing, I know she talked a little bit to Chuck, wherever you are on the screen, about the information that she could access for you in particular. I have one more time I'm going to ask this, and I hope you guys understand where I'm coming from. I'm not saying do not access information or you're restricted in information. Please start engaging with the rest of the group on your information requests and why. What are you looking for? Not necessarily to restrict or get approval or anything like that, but I do want you guys to start engaging and communicating with each other and sharing your knowledge and expertise. I really hope that you guys can start working together. So when you do have those information requests, if you can please inform the group in particular and what you're looking for, because they might have some additional ideas or thoughts that they could incorporate in. And I would love to get this to be a collaboration where you guys are engaging with each other overall. That is my one plug. I know it's frustrating, but please, 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 so that you guys can start coordinating and gathering information together. I know Deb had some updates that she wanted to provide from other groups, and then I'll do a quick closeout.
Yeah, I forgot to share both of these at the beginning with the communication update, but maybe that's good so Chuck can hear them too. So one of the things you guys were talking about block management last meeting and this meeting, and I just wanted to share with you that we are seeing people, big landowners who have been in the block management program pretty much since the beginning, pulling out right now. And the reason we're hearing is that they're just tired of dealing with hunters. And you guys probably, I mean, I see heads nodding, and I know Race talked about this as well. They're just getting, people calling all times of the day, all day long, all night long, every day. And so and it's a lot of folks, and they're just really getting tired of it. So that's just something to keep in mind. I just wanted to share that with you guys. And we might be talking about longer seasons. And I'll give you another example is somebody brought forward to extend the pheasant season, and landowners came out against that. They said, we allow people to hunt on our land so long anyway, and we really are tired by the end of the season. So we really don't want to extend that season. So just something, food for thought. The other piece was I was invited to Idaho Fish and Game. They have a group similar to you guys. They were appointed by the governor years ago to talk about elk problems. So it's a longstanding group. And what they're addressing right now is depredation and how to come up with some solutions for depredation. And I joined them in their very last meeting, and they were still talking about what the issue was at the beginning of the meeting, and they still had to come up with recommendations at the end of the meeting. So it was, I was surprised they were able to get through that day, but I wanted to share with you the recommendations that they came up with. And I'm not saying they're bad at all. All I'm saying is that they're at the level that Idaho wanted. I would love to see you guys go a little bit deeper than these recommendations. Like I said, this is what Idaho was looking for, and I would love to see you guys go deeper than this. So they said explore a master hunter program, sharpshooting and targeted removal, and they're already doing that. And And so they were saying, continue to do that, maybe increase it. Collaborate with landowners to use seasons and regulations to effectively address the issue. That's what you guys are talking about right now, but you guys are talking about more detail, and that's, I'm happy to hear that instead of just saying use regulations. Emulate our 454 program. So they're exploring our 454 program and thinking about implementing it there. Have Idaho Fish and Game managed hunts, special hunts that Idaho Fish and Game actually managed. They didn't really get into detail there, so I wasn't exactly sure what they were trying to get at there. Have a dialogue with landowners who are harboring elk. And then cash to increase hunter access to properties that are harboring elk, and re-examine their access yes program specific to properties that harbor elk. So those are the recommendations they came up with. They're dealing with all the same issues you guys are dealing with. I mean, identical, but they just didn't dive very deep, and they were very 30,000 foot. And I think you guys are naturally already getting to more details, and I'm really excited about that. I don't think that you guys are going to get to that level on all your issues and all your barriers that you've identified, but if you could get deeper on some of those, that would be great. So I just wanted to share what Idaho was doing. Any questions on that? Okay.
Thank you for sharing that. Oh, Ian and
I'm late again. Sorry, Deb. Did they not talk about disease at all?
Talk about what?
Disease.
I'm sorry, I can't understand you for some reason.
Did Idaho not talk about disease?
Oh, no, they didn't at all. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Ian?
I guess I just comment to the group, but that's I mean, I think maybe to echo what Deb said, I think the more focused, the more targeted, very specific recommendations that we can come up with, and that might involve, you know, some people running with things outside of the group and really typing up specifically what they mean. I think, you know, recommendation, you know, maybe there's a heading that is similar to this, but then there's some meat behind it that, you know, is very pointed on exactly what we're meaning. Then I think something, you know, our recommendations out of the group might go somewhere, but if we leave things open-ended, I think this is probably not gonna, it's gonna be like, oh, okay, well, that's nice, how do we do that? So anyway, just a comment.
And you know, the reason I'm saying that is because, you know, I appreciate that, Ian, and the reason I'm saying that is, you know, if your recommendation was to use regulations to address this issue, we've been trying to do that for decades, use regulations to address this issue, and it's not working. Or have a dialogue with landowners. We do that, you know, better in some cases than others, is what I'm hearing, because I heard Scott say that he hasn't talked to a biologist in his area. So, I mean, you know, we've tried to use these tools where maybe these tools are good and we're just not using them appropriately. And so that's what I'm asking this group for.
Thanks, Deb. On that note, let me do a 1-minute wrap up. I'm going to run late, and I apologize. Those of you that have to leave, please do so. For next steps, I will summarize the content. Please review it. We will send it out to the sounding board. What would be great if you guys could do this is really look at the items we've already done. So those slides, I know that this is a pain for you guys, but think about how our recommendations address those key issues too, to circle back. Make sure that we're getting that, because we've identified the issue. We've done a lot of work in that space. Please do take a little bit of time looking at that, especially for the next ones, because we can start using that information to incorporate into our next set of recommendations. So please do look at that information. At the end, we'll circle back and see where we are in all of those in particular. My question for you is, what do you want to focus in on in our next meeting? Do you want to just pick another slide? Do you want to dive into these that we have? What do you want to do? Or should I throw that out to you guys and you guys think about it? Scott's on it. He's raised his hand. Scott, then
well, yeah, I'm just going to throw somebody else under the bus. But I remember in a previous meeting that Matt had mentioned landowner incentives, and I'd love to hear him flesh that out a little bit more. I'd like to hear what those are.
Okay, so maybe our next topic, maybe I'm going to tweak that a smidge, not just to landowner incentives, but thinking about maybe that quality access, access to getting on, and incentives for landowners in that space too. Is that comfortable? Are you comfortable with that, Heath? Oh, it's Heath. You guys are all moving around on me. Scott? I'm assuming yes. Okay, thank you. Heath, Aaron, Brent, then Matt.
Yeah, I think we should start by going over the feedback we get on the stuff we're putting out today.
Yep.
And then from there, obviously, maybe bounce into what Scott just said.
Perfect. So I'll save a little bit of time for feedback on those recommendations, not the full discussion on those, but just enough to get us started and working behind the scenes as well. And then maybe talk about the next set. Okay. Aaron, Brent, and then Matt.
Yep, I totally agree, and I would be more than willing to pop into the landowner piece as well. You know, what we talked about today is still fine reallocating whichever, but at the first shot of general season, are we going to have the same problem where they all run back on and we're dealt with the same deal on private? So I really would like to dive into that.
Perfect. Brent, Matt. Brent, you're on mute.
I'd like to hear more about what Chuck talked about at one of our very first meetings. They had a successful program among many landowners in the same area that he talked about. Maybe 2 or 3 counties were all kind of working together. I don't know if it's something that can formulate a formal recommendation that would be applicable statewide, but if he's found success among multiple landowners, maybe there's something there we can formally recommend. And so sorry, Chuck, I'm putting you on the spot next meeting, but I want to hear how that worked, what you guys
Under
did.
the bus. Chuck, are you comfortable doing that? Okay, good. Well, he's under the bus and happy to be there. So thanks for volunteering him. Matt.
I'd like to come up with a formal proposal for our shoulder season damage hunts, as I kind of mentioned before, but something very specific that we can actually, not just a general idea, but something specific.
Okay. Do you want me to add that to the meeting? Or are you going to do some back end work? And let's have the discussion in here. Let's make that space in here. Okay. And it may be, we might have to do 3 chunks in the meetings or space it out a little, but we'll get you in there, Matt, on that in particular. Okay. Anything else before we call it a day? Thank you for saying 3 minutes after I tried talking really fast, which is never a good idea. Okay. Well, I will say, I think you guys have a lot of detail as of thus far, and I think that you're well on your way. I think this is I'm impressed by the way this group moves together so quickly and you're able to achieve things. So good job. Not that my opinion matters, but good job, guys. It's great being with you guys. Any other questions, comments?
When's the next meeting?
It is in June. Let me pull up the date. Let me get that for you real fast. It is, I believe, the 7th. I could be wrong. No, it is. Yes, it's the 7th. 1 to 5, I believe.
Bye, everybody.
Yep, 1 to 5.
Thanks,
See you guys.
Stephanie.
Bye, everyone.